Poems **** produced by Mardi Desjardins. Poems by Josiah Allen's wife, Marietta Holley. Dedication. When I wrote many of these verses I was much younger than I am now, and the sweetest eyes in the world would brighten over them, through the reader's love for me. I dedicate them to her memory, the memory of my mother. Contents: what makes the summer? The brothers, a rich man's reverie, Gloria the true, the deacon's daughter, songs of the swallow, the coquette little Nell, the fisher's wife, the land of long ago, Lem one sleep, the Lady Maud, the haunted castle, the story of Gladys, farewell, the knight of Normandy, sometime motives, nightfall, his place, a dream of spring waiting, a song for twilight, the flight, comfort, Jenny Allen, the unseen city, the wages of sin, Isabel and I, goodbye, the sea captain's wooing, Ione, summer days, the Lady Cecile, home steps we climb, Squire Percy's pride, roses of June, Magdalena, my angel, grief, wild oats, autumn, the fairest land, the messenger, sleep, the song of the siren, 1862, Oiri, too low, at last, twilight, the sewing girl, Harry the first, the criminal's betrothed, gone before a woman's heart, warning Genevieve to her lover, the wild rose, our bird, the time that is to be, preface. All through my busy years of prose writing I have occasionally jotted down idle thoughts in rhyme, imagining ideal scenes, ideal characters, and then, as is the way, I suppose, with more ambitious poets, trying to put myself inside the personalities I have invoked, trying to feel as they would be likely to speak the words I fancied they would say. The many faults of my verses I can see only too well, their merits, if they have any, I leave with the public, which has always been so kind to me, to discover. And half hopefully, half fearfully, I send out the little craft on the wide sea strewn with so many wrecks, but thinking it must be safer from adverse winds because it carries so low a sail, and will cruise along so close to the shore and not try to sail out in the deep waters. And so I bid the dear little wanderer, dear to me, Godspeed, and bon voyage. Marietta Holley. New York, June, 1887. What makes the summer? It is not the lark's clear tone cleaving the morning air with a soaring cry, nor the nightingale's dulcet melody all the balmy night, not these alone make the sweet sounds of summer, but the drone of beetle and bee, the murmurous hum of the fly and the chirp of the cricket hidden out of sight, these help to make the summer. Not roses redly blown, nor golden lilies, lighting the dusky meads, nor proud imperial pansies, nor queen cups quaint and rare, not these alone make the sweet sights of summer, but the countless forest leaves, the myriad wayside weeds and slender grasses, springing up everywhere, these help to make the summer. One heaven bends above, the lowliest head oft times has sweetest rest, or a songbird in the pine, and bee in the ivy low, is the same love, it is all God's summer, well pleased is He if we patiently do our best, so hum little bee, and low green grasses grow, you help to make the summer. The Brothers. High on a rocky cliff did once a grey old castle stand, from whence rough-bearded chieftains led their vassals, ruled the land. 4 centuries had dwelt here sire and son, till it befell, last of their ancient line, 2 brothers here alone did dwell. The eldest was stern-visaged, but the youngest smooth and fair of countenance, both zealous, men who bent the knee in prayer to God alone, loved much, read much His holy word, and prayed above all gifts desired, that they might see their Lord. For this the elder brother carved a silent cell of stone, and in its deep and dreary depths he entered, dwelt alone, and strove with scourgings, vigils, fasts, to purify his gaze, and sought amidst these shadows to behold the Master's face. And from the love of God that smiles on us from bright-lipped flowers, and from the smile of God that falls in sunlight's golden showers, that thrills earth's slumbering heart so, where its warm rays fall that it laughs out in beauty, turned he as from tempters all. From bird-song running morn's sweet-scented chalice o'er with cheer, the child's light laughter, lifting lowliest souls heaven near, from tears and glad smiles, linked light and gloom of the golden day, he counting these temptations all, austerely turned away. And thus he lived alone, unblissed, and died unblissed, alone, save for a brother monk, who held the carved cross of stone in his cold, rigid clasp, the while his dying eyes did wear a look of mortal striving, mortal agony, and prayer. Though at the very last, as his stiff fingers dropped the cross, a gleam as from some distant city swept his face across, the clay lips settled into calm, thus did the monk attest, a look of one who through much peril enters into rest. Not thus did he, the younger brother, seek the Master's face, but in earth's lowly places did he strive his steps to trace, wherever want and grief besought with clamorous complaint, there he beheld his Lord, naked, athirst, and faint. And when his hand was wet with tears, wrung with a grateful grasp, he lightly felt upon his palm the elder brother's clasp, and when above the loathsome couch of woe and want bent he, a low voice thrilled his soul, so have ye done it unto me. Despised he not the mystic ties of blood, yet did he claim the broader, wider brotherhood, with every race and name. To his own kin he kind and loyal was in truth, yet still, his mother and his brethren were all who did God's will, all little ones were dear to him, for light from paradise seemed falling on him through their pure and innocent eyes, the very flowers that fringed cool streams, and gemmed the dewy sod, to his rapt vision seemed like the visible smiles of God. The deep's full heart that throbs unceasing against the silent ships, the waves together murmuring with weird, mysterious lips to hear their untranslated psalm, drew down his anointed ear, and listening, lo, he heard God's voice, to him was he so near. The happy hum of bees to him made summer silence sweet, not lightly did he view the very grass beneath his feet, it paved his presence chamber, where he walked a happy guest, ah! Slight the veil between, in very truth his life was blessed. And when on a still twilight passed he to the summer land, those whom he had befriended, weeping, clinging to his hand, the west gleamed with a sudden glory, and from out the glow trembled the semblance of a crown, and rested on his brow. And with wide, eager eyes he smiled, and stretched his hands abroad, as if his dearest friend were welcoming him to his abode. Eternal silence sealed that wondrous smile as he cried, Thy face, dear Lord, and, saying this, he died. But legends tell that on his grave fell such a strange, pure light, that wine-red roses planted thereupon would spring up white, holding such mystic healing in their cool snow bloom, that lain on aching brows or sorrowful hearts, they would ease their pain. A rich man's reverie. The years go by, but they little seem like those within our dream, the years that stood in such alluring guise, beckoning us into paradise, to jailers turn as time goes by, guarding that fair land, by and by, where we thought to blissfully rest, the sound of whose forests balmy leaves swaying to dream winds strangely sweet, we heard in our bed 'neath the cottage eaves, whose towers we saw in the western skies, when with eager eyes and tremulous lip, we watched the silent, silver ship of the crescent moon, sailing out and away o'er the land we would reach some day, some day. But years have flown, and our weary feet have never reached that isle of the blest, but care we have felt, and an aching breast, a lifelong struggle, grief, unrest, that had no part in our boyish plans, and yet I have gold, and houses, and lands, and laden vessels, a white-winged fleet, that fly at my bidding across the sea, and hats are doffed by willing hands as I tread the village street, but wealth and fame are not to me what I thought that they would be. I turn from it all to wander back with memory down the dusty track of the years that lie between, to the farmhouse old and brown, shaded with poplars dusky green. I pause at its gate, not a bearded man, but a boy with earnest eyes. I stand at the gate and look around at the fresh, fair world that before me lies. The misty mountain top aglow with love of the sun, and the pleasant ground asleep at its feet, with sunny dreams of milk-white flowers in its heart, and clear the tall church spire in the distance gleams, pointing up to the tranquil sky's blue roof that seems so near. And up from the woods the morning breeze comes, freighted with all the rich perfume that from myriad spicy cups distills, loitering along o'er the locust trees. Scattering down the plum trees bloom in flakes of crimson snow, down on the gold of the daffodils that border the path below. And the silver thread of the rivulet tangled and knotted with fern and sedge. And the mill pond like a diamond set in the streamlet's emerald edge, and over the stream on the gradual hill, its headstones glimmering palely white, is the graveyard quiet and still. I wade through its grasses rank and deep, past slanting marbles mossy and dim, carven with lines from some old hymn, to one where my mother used to lean on Sunday noons and weep. That tall white shape I looked upon with a mysterious dread, linking unto the senseless stone the image of the dead, the father I never had seen. I remember on dark nights of storm, when our parlor was bright and warm, I would turn away from its glowing light, and look far out in the churchyard dim, and with infinite pity think of him shut out alone in the dismal night. And the ruined mill by the waterfall, I see again its crumbling wall, and I hear the water's song. It all comes back to me, its song comes back to me, floating out like a spirit's call the drowsy air along, blending forever with my name. Wonderful prophesies, dreamy talk, of future paths when I should walk crowned with manhood, and honor, and fame. I shut my eyes and the rich perfume of the tropical lily fills the room from its censer of frosted snow, but it seems to float to me through the night from those apple blossoms red and white that starred the orchard's fragrant gloom, those old boughs hanging low, where my sister's swing swayed to and fro through the scented aisles of the air, while her merry voice and her laugh rung out like a bird's, to answer my brother's shout, as he shook the boughs o'er her curly head, till the blossoms fell in a rosy rain on her neck and her shining hair. Oh, little Belle! Oh, little sister, I loved so well, it seems to me almost as if she died in that lost time so gay and fair, and was buried in childhood's sunny plain, and she who walks the street today, or in gilded carriage sweeps through the town staring her humbler sisters down, with her jewels gleaming like lucent flame, proud of her grandeur and fine array, is only a stranger, who bears her name. And the little boy who played with me, hunting birds' nests in sheltered nooks, trudging at nightfall after the cows, exploring the barn loft, fording the brooks, ending, in school time, puzzled brows over the same small lesson books, who knelt by my side in the twilight dim, praying the Lord our souls to keep, then on the same pillow fell asleep, hushed by our mother's evening hymn, whose heart and mine kept such perfect time, such loving cadence, such tender rhyme, blent in child grief, and perfected in glee. We meet on the street and we clasp the hand, and our names on charitable papers stand side by side, and we go and bow our two grey heads with prayer and vow, in the same grand church, and hasty word of anger has never our bosoms stirred. Yet a whole wide world is between us now. How broad and deep does the gulf appear between the hearts that were so near. I have pleasure grounds and mansions grand, low-voiced servants come at my call, from Senate my name sounds over the land in ayes and nays so solemnly read, they call me honorable general and all, but tonight I am only Charlie again, I am Charlie, and want to lay my head on my mother's heart and rest, with her soft hand pressed upon my brow curing its weary pain. But never, never more will it be, for mould and marble rises now between my head and that loving breast, and death has a cruel power to part, forever gone and lost to me that true and tender heart. Oh, mother, I've never found love like thine, never have eyes looked into mine with such proud love, such perfect trust. Never have hands been so true and kind, to lead me into the path of right, hands so gentle, and soft, and white, that on my head like a blessing lay, and led me a child and guided my youth. Tonight 'tis a dreary thought, in truth, that those gentle hands are dust. That I may be blamed, and you not be sad, that I may be praised, and you not be glad, 'tis a dreary thought to your boy tonight, that over your sweet smile, over your brow, the clay-cold turf is pressing now, that never again as the twilight falls you will welcome your boy to the old brown walls of the homestead far away. The homestead is ruined, gone to decay, but we read of a house not made with hands, whose firm foundation forever stands, and there is a twilight soft and sweet. Will she not stand with outstretched hands my homesick eyes to meet, to welcome her boy as in days before, to home, and to rest, forevermore? But the years come and the years go, and they lay on her grave as they silently pass, red summer buds and wreaths of snow, and springing and fading grass. And far away in an English town, in the secluded, tranquil shade of an old cathedral quaint and brown, another grave is made, a small grave, yet so high it shadowed all the world to me, and darkened earth and sky. But only for a time, it passed, the unreasoning agony, like a cloud that drops its rain, and light shone into our hearts at last. And patience born of pain. And now like a breath of healing balm the sweet thought comes to me, that my child has reached the Isle of Calm, over the silent sea, that my pure little Blanche is safe in truth, safe in immortal beauty and youth. When she left us in the twilight gloom, when she left her empty nest, and the aching hearts below, full well I know, what tender-eyed angel bent down for my brown-eyed little bird, from the shining battlement. I know with what fond caressing, and loving smile and word, and look of tender blessing, she took her to her breast, and led her into some quiet room, in the mansions of the blessed. O, mother, beloved, O, child so dear, not by a wish, would I lure you here. My son is a bright, brave boy, with a grace of beauty caught from his mother's face, and his mother and he in truth are dear, full tenderly, and fond, and near my heart is bound to my wife and child, but the summer of life is not its May, and dreams and hopes that our youth beguiled, are but pallid forms of clay. There's the boy's first love and passionate dream, a face like a morning star, a gleam of hair the hue of a robin's wing, brown hair aglow with a golden sheen, and eyes the sweetest that ever were seen. Mary, we have been parted long, you were proud, and we both were wrong, but 'tis over and past, no living gleam can come again to the dear, dead dream. It is dead, so let it lie, but nothing can ever be like that old dream to you or to me. I think we shall know at last, all that was strange in all the past, shall one day know, and shall haply see that the sorrows and ills, that with tears and sighs, we vainly endeavored to flee, were angels who, veiled in sorrow's guise came to us only to bless. Maybe we shall kneel and kiss their feet, with grateful tears, when we shall meet their unveiled faces, pure and sweet, their eyes deep tenderness. We shall know, perchance, had these angels come like mendicants unto a kingly gate when we sat in joy's royal state, we had barred them from our home. But when in our doorway one appears clothed in the purple of sorrow's power, he will enter in, no prayers or tears avail us in that hour. So what we call our pains and losses we may not always counter-right, the rough bars of our heavy crosses may change to living light. Gloria the true. Gaily a knight set forth against the foe, for a fair face had shone on him in dreams, a voice had stirred the silence of his sleep, go win the battle, and I will be thine. So, for the love of those appealing eyes, led by low accents of fair Gloria's voice, he wound the bugle down his castle's steep, and gaily rode to battle in the morn. And none were braver in the tented field, like lightning heralding the doomful bolt, the enemy beheld his snowy plume, and death lights flashed along his glancing spear. But in the lonesome watches of the night, an angel came and warned him with clear voice, against high God his rash right arm was rashly raised against the true, the right. He strove to drown the angel voice with song and merry laughter with his princely peers, but still the angel bade him with clear voice, go join the ranks you rashly have opposed. O, angel, cried he, they are few and weak, they may not stand before the press of knights. But still the angel bade him with clear voice, go help the weak against the mighty wrong. At last the words sunk deep within his heart, with godlike courage cried he out at last, O, Gloria, beautiful, I can lose thee, lose life and thee, to battle for the right. And when he joined the brave and stalwart ranks, like Saul amid his brethren he stood, braver and seemlier than all his peers, and nobly did he battle for the right. Gentlest unto the weak, and in the fray, so dauntless, none, no fear of man had he wrought dismay in error's blackened ranks, so nobly did he battle for the right. But at the last he lay on a lost field, couched on a broken spear, he pallid lay, with dying lips he murmured Gloria's name, the field is lost, and thou art lost to me. When lo! she stood beside him, pure and fair, with tender eyes that blessed him as he lay, and lo! she knelt and clasped his dying hands, and murmured, I am thine at last. With wondering eyes, he moaned, all is lost, and I am dying. Ah, not so, she cried, nothing is lost to him who dare be true, who gives his life shall find it evermore. Methought I saw the spears beat down like grain, and the ranks reel before the press of knights. The level ground ran gory with our wounds, methought the field was lost, and then I fell. Be calm, she cried, the right is never lost, though spear, and shield, and cross may shattered be, out of their dust shall spring avenging blades that yet shall rid us of some giant wrong. And all the blood that falls in righteous cause, each crimson drop shall nourish snowy flowers and quicken golden grain, bright sheaves of good, that under happier skies shall yet be reaped. When right opposes wrong, shall evil win? Nay, never, but the year of God is long, and you are weary, rest ye now in peace, for so he giveth his beloved sleep. He smiled, and murmured low, I am content with blissful tears that hid the battle's loss, so, held to her true heart he closed his eyes, in quietest rest that ever he had known. The deacon's daughter. The spare-room windows wide were raised, and you could look that summer day on pastures green, and sunny hills, and low rills wandering away. Nearby, the square front yard was sweet with rose and caraway. Upon a couch drawn near the light, the deacon's only daughter lay, bending upon the distant hills, her eyes of dark and thoughtful grey, the blue veins on her forehead shone, 'twas wasted so away. She moved, and from her slender hand fell off her mother's wedding ring. She smiled into her father's face, so drops from me each earthly thing, my hands are free to hold the flowers of the eternal spring. She had ever walked in quiet ways, not over beds of flowery ease, but Sundays in the village choir she sweetly sang of ways of peace, and pleasantness. She trod such paths as these. No sweeter voice in all the choir praised God in innocence and truth. The deacon in his straight-backed pew had dreams of her he lost in youth, and thought of fair-faced Hebrew maids, of Rachel, and of Ruth. But she had faded, day by day, growing more mild, and pure, and sweet, as nearer to her ear there came a distant sea's mysterious beat, till now this summer afternoon, its waters touched her feet. Upon the painted porch without two women stood, and whispered low. They thought she'd go out with the day, they said, the deacon's wife went so. And then they gently pitied him, it was a dreadful blow. But she was good, she was prepared, she would be better off than here, and then they thought 'twas strange that he, her father, had not shed a tear, and then they talked of news, and all the promise of the year. Her father sat beside the bed, holding her cold hands tenderly, and to the everlasting hills he mutely turned his eyes away. My God, my shelter, and my rock, O shadow me today. He knew not when she crossed the stream, and passed into the land unseen, so gently did she go from him into its pastures still and green, into the land of pure delight, and Jordan rolled between. Then knelt he down beside his dead, his white locks lit with sunset's flame. My God, O leave me not alone, but blessed be thy holy name. The golden gates were lifted up, the King of Glory came. Songs of the Swallow. Spring. The sides of the hill were brown, but violet buds had started in grey and hidden nooks o'erhung by feathery ferns and heather, and a bird in an April morn was never lighter hearted than the pilot swallow we saw convoying sunny weather, and sunshine golden, and gay-voiced singing birds into the land, and this was the song, the clear, shrill song of the swallow, that it caroled back to the southern sun, and his brown-winged band. Clear it arose, oh, follow me, come and follow, and follow. A tender story was in his eyes, he wished to tell me I knew, as he stood in the happy morn by my side at the garden gate, but I fancy the tall rose branches that bent and touched his brow, were whispering to him, wait, impatient heart, oh, wait, before the bloom of the rose is the tender green of the leaf, not rash is he who wisely followeth patient nature's ways. The lily-bud of love should be swathed in a silken sheaf, unfolding at will to summer bloom in the warm and perfect days. So silently sailed the early sun, through clouds of fleecy white, so stood we in dreamy silence, enwrapped in a tender spell, but the pulses of soft spring air were quickened to fresh delight, for I read in his eye the story sweet, he longed, yet feared to tell, it spoke from his heart to mine, and needed no word from his mouth, and high o'er our heads rang out the happy song of the swallow, it cried to the sunshine and beauty and bloom of the south, exultingly caroling clear, oh, follow me. Oh, follow. Spring song of the swallow. Oh, the days are growing longer, so rang the jubilant song of the swallow, I come bringing beauty into the land, the sky of the west grows warm and yellow, oh, gladness comes with my light-winged band, and the days are growing longer. Oh, the days are growing longer. The wavy gleam of fluttering wings, touching the silent earth so lightly, will wake all the sleeping, beautiful things. The world will glow so brightly, brightly, and the days are growing longer. Oh, the days are growing longer, all the rivulets dumb will laugh, and run over the meadows with dancing feet, following the silvery plough of the sun. Will be furrows filled with wild flowers sweet, and the days are growing longer. Oh, the days are growing longer, over whispering streams will rushes lean, to answer the wave's soft murmurous call, the lily will bend from its watchtower green, to list to the lark's low madrigal, and the days are growing longer. Oh, the days are growing longer. when they lengthen to ripe and perfect prime, then, oh, then, I will build my happy nest, and all in that pleasant and balmy time, there never will be a bird so blessed, and the days are growing longer. Asterisk 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 summer. Now sinks the summer sun into the sea, sure never such a sunset shone as this, that on its golden wing has borne such bliss, dear love to thee and me. Ah, life was drear and lonely, missing thee, though what my loss I did not then divine, but all is past, the sweet words, thou art mine, make bliss for thee and me. How swells the light breeze o'er the blossoming lea, sure never winds swept past so sweet and low, no lonely, unblissed future waiteth now, dear love for thee and me. Look upward o'er the glowing west, and see, surely the star of evening never shone with such a holy radiance, oh, my own, heaven smiles on thee and me. Summer Song of the Swallow. You will journey many a weary day and long, ere you will see so restful and sweet a place, as this, my home, my nest so downy and warm, the labour of many happy and hopeful days, but its low brown walls are laid and softly lined, and oh, full happily now my rest I take, and care not I when it lightly rocks in the wind, for the branch above though it bends will never break, and close by my side rings out the voice of my mate, my lover, oh, the days are long, and the days are bright, and summer will last forever. Now the stream that divides us from perfect bliss seems floating past so narrow, you could span its waves such a morn as this, with a moment winged like a golden arrow, and the sweet wind waves all the tasselled broom, and over the hill does it loitering come, oh, the perfect light, oh, the perfect bloom, and the silence is thrilled with the murmurous hum of the bees kissing the red-lipped clover, oh, the days are long, and the days are bright, and summer will last forever. When the west is a golden glow, and lower the sun is sinking large and round, like a golden goblet spilling o'er, glittering drops that drip to the ground, then I spread my lustrous wings and cleave the air sailing high with a motion calm and slow, far down the green earth lies like a picture fair, then with rapid wing I sink in the shining glow, chasing the gleaming drops, oh, a diver am I in a clear and golden sea, and summer will last forever. The leaves with a pleasant rustling sound are stirred of a night, and the stars are calm and bright, and I know, although I am only a little bird, one large serious star is watching me all the night, for when the dewy leaves are waved by the breeze, I see it forever smiling down on me. So I cover my head with my wing, and sleep in peace, as blessed as ever a little bird can be, and the silver moonlight falls over land and sea and river, and the nights are cool, and the nights are still, and summer will last forever. I think you would journey many and many a day, ere you so contented and blessed a bird would see, not all the wealth of the world could lure my love away, for my brown little nest is all the world to me, and care not I if brighter bowers there are lying close to the sun, where tall palms pierce the sky, oh, you would journey a weary way and afar, ere you would behold a bird so blessed as I, and singing close to my side is my mate, my kin, my lover, oh, the days are long, and the days are bright, and summer will last forever. Asterisk 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 autumn. Yes. Yes, I dare say it is so, and you should be pitied, but how could I know, watching alone by the moonlit bay, but that is past for many a day, for the woman that loved, died years ago, years ago. She had loving eyes, with a wistful look in their depths that day, and I know you took her face in your hands and read it o'er, as if you should never see it more. You were right, for she died long years ago, years ago. Had I trusted you, for trust, you know, will keep love's fire forever aglow, then what would have mattered storm or sun? But the watching, the waiting, all is done, for the woman that loved, died years ago, years ago. Yes, I think you are constant, true and good. I am tired, and would love you if I could. I am tired, oh, friend, tired out, and yet, can we make sweet morn of the dim sunset? The woman that loved, died years ago, years ago. Not a pulse of my heart is stirred by you, no, even your tears cannot move me now, so leave me alone. What is said, what boots your prayers? She is dead. Is dead. The woman you loved, long years ago, years ago. Autumn Song of the Swallow. The sky is dark and the air is full of snow. I go to a warmer clime far and away, though my heart is so tired I do not care for it now, but here in my empty nest I cannot stay. Thus cried the swallow, I go from the falling snow, oh, follow me, oh, follow. One night my mate came home with a broken wing, so he died, and my brood went long ago, and I am alone. And I have no heart to sing, with no one to hear my song, and I must go. Thus cried the swallow, away from dust and decay, oh, follow me, oh, follow. But I think I will never find so warm and safe a nest, as my home, in the pleasant days gone by, I think I shall never fold my wings in such happy rest, never again. Oh, never again till I die. Thus cried the swallow, but I go from the falling snow, oh, follow me, oh, follow. The coquette. How can I be to blame? Is it my fault I am fair? I did not fashion my features, or brush the gold in my hair, because my eyes are so blue and bright. Must I never look up from the ground, but put out with my eyelids snow their light, lest some foolish heart they should wound? How can I be in fault? I am sure where hearts are so few, it is difficult to discern the diamonds of paste from the true. I thought him like all the rest, skillful in playing his part, as careful at cards or at chess, as winning a woman's heart. I am sure it is nothing wrong, nothing to think of, and yet I know I lured him with glance and song, into my shining net. Provokingly cold at first he seemed, like crystal to smiles and sighs, but at last he felt the magic that gleamed in my dreamy violet eyes. And I led him on and on, farther, in truth, than I strove, for he frightened me with the earnestness and violence of his love. These calm-eyed men deceive. Had I known the man had a heart, I would have paused, I would, I believe, have acted a different part. In his royal indignation he uttered some wholesome truth. He almost roused the emotion that died in my innocent youth, emotion that lived when life was new, ere that man my pathway crossed, who played me a game untrue, when I staked all my love, and lost. Oh, for a saintly beauty, what efforts my soul did make, I thought all goodness and purity were possible for his sake. The world seemed born anew, my life such holy meaning wore. I fancy so fair and fond a dream never fell into ruins before. He toyed with my fresh affection as he breathed the country air, to refresh him after a season of fashion, and falsehood, and glare. Had he not slain my tenderness, had my life been more sweet, I might have known nobler happiness than to humble men to my feet. But now I love to lure them on, to make them slaves to my gaze, like serfs to a conqueror's chariot, like moths to a candle blaze. I melt most royally time, the pearl, and quaff the cup like a queen, and forget in the dizzy tumult and whirl, the woman I might have been. Little Nell. Clasp your arms round her neck tonight, little Nell, arms so delicate, soft and white, and yet so strong in love's strange might. Clasp them around the kneeling form, fold them tenderly close and warm, and who can tell but such slight links may draw her back, away from the fatal, fatal track, who can tell, little Nell? Press your lips to the lips of snow, little Nell, O baby heart, may you never know the anguish that makes them quiver so. But now in her weakness and mortal pain, let your kisses fall like a dewy rain, and who can tell but your innocent love, your childish kiss may lure her back from the dread abyss, who can tell, little Nell? Lay your cheek on her aching breast, little Nell, to you 'tis a refuge of holy rest. But a dying bird never drooped its crest with a deadlier pain in its wounded heart. Ah! Love's sweet links may be torn apart, little Nell, the altar may flame with gems and gold, and splendor be bought, and peace be sold, but is it well, little Nell? Veil her face with your tresses bright, little Nell, hide that vision out of her sight. Those dark, dark eyes with their tender light, uplift your pure face. Can it be she will bid farewell to heaven and thee, little Nell? No, your mute lips plead with eloquent power, her tears fall like a tropic shower. All is well, little Nell. Close your blue eyes now in sleep, little Nell, her angel smiles to see her weep. At morn a ship will cleave the deep, and one alone will be borne away, and one will clasp thee close, and pray, O little Nell, never, never beneath the sun, will you dream what you this night have done, done so well, little Nell. The Fisher's Wife. A long, low waste of yellow sand lay shining northward far as I could reach. Southward a rocky bluff rose high broken in wild, fantastic shapes. Nearby, one jagged rock towered high, and o'er the waters leaned, like giant grim, striving to peer into the mysteries the ocean whispers of continually, and covers with her soft, treacherous face. For the rest, the sun was sinking low like a great golden globe, into the sea. Above the rock a bird was flying in dizzy circles, with shrill cries, and on a plank floated from some wreck, with shreds of musty seaweed clinging to it yet, a woman sat holding a child within her arms, a sweet-faced woman, looking out to sea with dark, patient eyes, and singing to the child. And this the song she in the sunset sang: Thine eyes are brown, my beauty, brown and bright, drowned deep in languor now. The angel sleep is clasping thee within her arms so white, bearing thee up the dreamland's sunny steep. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. Thy father's boat, I see its swaying shroud like a white seagull, swinging to and fro against the ledges of a crimson cloud, a tiny bird with fluttering wing of snow. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. Thy father toils beyond the harbor bar, and, singing at his toil, he thinks of thee. Lit by the red lamp of the evening star, home will he come, will come to thee and me. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. His cabin shall be bright with flowers sweet, the table shall be set, the fire shall glow, we'll wait within the door, his coming steps to greet, and if my eye be sad, he will not know. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. He will not pause to ponder things so slight, he is not one a smile to prize or miss, yet he would shield us with a strong arm's might, and he will meet us with a loving kiss. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. But would I could forget those other days when if with gayer gleam mine eyes had shone, or shade of sorrow, gentlest eyes would gaze with tender questioning into my own. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. Thine eyes are brown, thou'st thy father's eyes, but those, my darling, those were clear and blue. Ah, me! How sorrowfully that sea-bird cries, cries for its mate. Oh, tender bird and true, my baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. Oh, of my truest love well worthy he, and near was I, ah, nearest to his heart, but ships are parted on the dreary sea, swept by the waves, forever swept apart. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. And sometimes sad-eyed women sighing say, sweet love is lost, all that remains is rest, so in their weakness they are lured to lay their head upon some strong and loving breast. Oh, baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. Our cabin stands upon the dreary sands, and it is sad to be alone, alone. But on my bosom thou hast lain thy hands, near to me art thou, near, my precious one, my baby, sleep, my baby, sleep. The red light faded as she sung, a chill breeze rose and swept across the sea, she drew her cloak still closer round the child, and turned toward the cabin. As she went a faint glow glimmered in the east, and slowly rose, the silver crescent of the moon. Another, paler light, than the warm sunset glow, but clear enough to guide her home. The land of long ago. Now while the crimson light fades in the west, and twilight drops her purple shadows low, we stand with memory on the mountain's crest, that overlooks the land of long ago. Unmoved and still the form beside us stands, while mournful tears our heavy eyes o'erflow, as silently he lifts his shadowy hands, and points us to the land of long ago. It lies in beauty 'neath our sad eyes' range, bathed in a richer light, a warmer glow, for fairer moons, and sunsets rare and strange, illume the landscape of the long ago. We see its vales of peace, its hills of light shine in the rosy air. Ah! Well we know, that never more will bless our yearning sight, so fair and dear a land as long ago. We see the gleaming spires of those high halls we garnished with bright gems and precious show, no foot within the gilded doorway falls, empty the rooms within the long ago. Troops of white doves still haunt the shining towers, and fold in blissful calm their wings of snow, We bade them build their nests in brighter bowers, but still they linger in the long ago. There in its sunny bay stand stately ships, we freighted for fair lands where we would go. Still gleams our gold within their secret crypts, becalmed beside the shore of long ago. Between that land and this of dread and doubt, the silent years have drifted trackless snow, hiding the pathway where we wandered out, forever from the land of long ago. Lemwan. In the unquiet night, with all her beauty bright, she walketh my silent chamber to and fro, not twice of the same mind, sometimes unkind, and again no cooing doveth a voice so sweet and low. Such madness of mirth lies in the haunting hazel eyes, when the melody of her laugh charms the listening night. Its glamour as of old my charmed senses hold, forget I earth and heaven in the pleasures of sense and sight. With sudden gay caprice quaint sonnets doth she seize, wedding them unto sweetness, falling from crimson lips, holding the broidered flowers of those enchanted hours, when she wound my wool with her silk round her white fingertips. Then doth she silent stand, lifting her slender hand, on which gleams the ring I tore from his hand at Baywood. The tiny opal hearts are broken in 2 parts, and where the ruby burned there hangeth a drop of blood. Then with my burning cheek, raising my head, I speak, Lemwan, Lemwan, my lost. Oh, speak to me once, I pray. But no word will she deign. Adown the shining lane, the long and lustrous lane of the moonlight she glides away. I fancy oft a stir of wings seem following her, trailing a terrible gloom along the oaken floor, as she walks to and fro. Louder the strange sounds grow to a nameless, dreadful horror, that floods the chamber o'er. And then I raise my head from terror-haunted bed, and hush my breath, and my very pulses hush and hark. But as I glance around, the stir, the murmuring sound, dies away in the moonlight, lying there stiff and stark. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And thus you ever flee, elude and baffle me, my lady. You will not always so lightly glide away, though on the swiftest breeze you sail o'er farthest seas. Remember, side by side we two will stand one day. Though my dust feed the wind, yours be with prayer consigned to the keeping of churchyard seraphs and marble saints. Lemwan, we two shall meet, and not then at my feet will you fetter a late repentance with whiles and tearful plaints. Repentance and strong, that would have found a tongue, and shrieked the truth to heaven with maddening din, the truth of that dread hour, that black accursed hour, when to free you from hated fetters, I plunged my soul in sin. Whatever wise man thinks, sin forges strongest links, you can break them never, although for a time you may hide buried in flowers and wine. This chain of thine and mine, at the last dread day of doom will draw us side by side. If one, then both are cursed, and come the best, the worst, forever and ever your fate and mine are entwined, and though it be mad, mad, heaven knows the thought is glad. I do not breed my thoughts, how can I help my mind? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So silent doth she come, standing here pale and dumb, with her finger laid on her lips in a warning way, her dark eyes looking back, as if upon her track and mine some phantom shape of impending evil lay. But when I strive to see, of what she's warning me, cruelly calm, no sign will she deign to love or fears, unheeding vow or prayer, as noiseless as the air, she glides into the pallid moonlight and disappears. Sleep. Come to me, soft-eyed sleep, with your ermine-sandaled feet, press the pain from my troubled brow with your kisses cool and sweet, lull me with slumberous song, song of your clime, the blest, while on my heavy eyelids your dewy fingers rest. Come with your native flowers, heartsease and lotus bloom, enwrap my weary senses with the cloud of their perfume, for the whispers of thought tire me, their constant, dull repeat, like low waves throbbing, sobbing, with endless, endless beat. The Lady Maud. I sit in the cloud and the darkness where I lost you, peerless one, your bright face shines upon fairer lands, like the dawning of the sun, and what to you is the rustic youth, you sometimes smiled upon. You have roamed through mighty cities, by the Orient's gleaming sea, down the glittering streets of Venice, and soft-skied Arabiae. Life to you has been an anthem, but a solemn dirge to me. For everywhere, by Rome's bright hills, or by the silvery Rhine, you win all hearts to you, where your glancing tresses shine. But, darling, the love of the many is not a love like mine. Last night I heard your voice in my dreams. I woke with a joyous thrill to hear but the half-awakened birds, for the dark dawn lingered still, and the lonesome sound of the waters, at the foot of Carey's Hill. Oh, the pines are dark on Carey's Hill, and the waters are black below, but they shone like waves of jasper upon one day I know, the day I bore you out of the stream, with your face as white as snow. You lay like a little lamb in my arms, so frail a thing, so weak, and my coward lips said burning words they never had dared to speak if they had not felt the chill of your brow, and the marble of your cheek. Life had been but a bitter gift, that I fain would have thrown away, but I could have thanked my God on my knees, for giving me life that day, as I took you, lying so helpless, from the gates of death away. How your noble kinsmen laughed and wept o'er their treasure snatched from the flood, and your white-faced brother brought me gold, you loved him, or I could have obeyed the fiend that told me to curse him where he stood. Gold. Oh, darling, they had no need such insults to repeat. I knew the heaven was above the earth, I knew, my sweet, I was not worthy to touch the shoes that covered your dainty feet. I knew as you laid your hand in mine, so kind as I turned away, that we were severed as wide apart, that hour, as we are today, and you in your stately English home, so far away. That soft white hand you laid in mine with a smile as I turned to go, oh, Lady Maud, I marvel if you ever stoop so low, as to wonder what those tears meant, that glittered on its snow. But I know if you had dreamed the truth your beautiful dark brown eyes would only have grown more gentle, with a sorrowful surprise. For a nobler and a kinder heart ne'er beat beneath the skies. You never meant to give me pain, but oh, 'twas a cruel good, I so low in the world's esteem, you of such noble blood, that you stooped to as gentle words and deeds, as ever an angel could. I blessed you for your brightness when you came unto our shore, for the dull earth caught a beauty it never had before, but you left a lonesome shadow, that will lie there evermore. How proud the good ship bore you adown the golden bay, the sun's last light upon its sails. I stood there mournfully, for I know it left the darkness, took the sunlight all away. The haunted castle. It stands alone on a haunted shore, with curious words of deathless lore on its massive gate impaled, and its carefully guarded mystic key locks in its silent mystery from the seeking eyes of the world. Oft do its stately walls repeat echoes of music wildly sweet swelling to gladness high, with mournful ballads of ancient time, and funeral hymns, and a nursery rhyme dying away in a sigh. Pictures out of each haunted room, up through the ghostly shadows loom, and gleam with a spectral light, pictures lit with a radiant glow, and some that image such desolate woe that, weeping, you turn from the sight. Shining like stars in the twilight gloom, brows as white as a lily's bloom gleam from its lattice and door, and voices soft as a seraph's note, through its mysterious chambers float back from eternity's shore. In the mournful silence of midnight air you hear on its stately and winding stair the echoes of fairy feet. Gentle footsteps that lightly fall through the enchanted castle hall, and up in the golden street. And still in a dark forsaken tower, crowned with a withered cypress flower, is a bowed head turned away, a face like carved marble white, sweet eyes drooping away from the light, shunning the eye of day. And oft when the light burns low and dim, a haggard form ungainly and grim unbidden enters the door, with chiding eyes whose burning light you fain would bury in darkness and night, never to meet you more. Mysteries strange its still walls keep, strange are the forms that through it sweep, walking by night and by day. But evermore will the castle hall echo their footsteps' phantom fall, till its walls shall crumble away. The story of Gladys. I leave my child to heaven. And with these words upon her lips, the Lady Mildred passed unto the rest prepared for her pure soul, words that meant only this: I cannot trust unto her earthly parent my young child, so leave her to her heavenly Father's care. And heaven was gentle to the motherless, and fair and sweet the maiden, Gladys, grew, a pure white rose in the old castle set, the while her father rioted abroad. But as the day drew near when he should give, by his dead lady's will, his child her own, he having basely squandered all her wealth to him entrusted, to his land returned, and thrilled her trusting heart with terrors vague, of peril, of some shame to come to him, did she not yield unto his prayer, command, that she would to Our Lady's convent go, forget the world and save him from disgrace. But hidden as she had been all her life from tender human ties, she loved the world with all her loving heart, the fresh, free world that God had made, and this life seemed to her as but a living death. A living tomb, the harsh stone walls that from the convent frowned upon the peaceful valley sweet with flowers. The beautiful green valley, threaded by bright rivulets that sought the quiet lake, dear haunts sought daily by her maiden feet. And wilt thou not, for my Sake, and thou shalt to save thy sire from shame, so wore the days, and still she did not promise, though she wept at his wild pleadings, trembled at his rage. Then of her mother's dying words he thought, her dying words, I leave my child to heaven. And twisting them with his own wishes, wove a chain therewith that bound her wavering will, a chain made mighty by the golden threads of reverence and of holy memories. And so with heavy heart she gave her vow, that in the autumn she would leave the world, but first for one free summer did she pray. And through those bright spring days she roamed abroad, and poured upon the winds her low complaints, the while her dark soft eyes sought all the earth, the beauteous earth that she too soon must leave, and all her mournful murmurs ended thus with this sad cry of, "Oh, the happy world!" Ended with these low words as a sigh, "I will obey, but, oh, the happy world! Oh, wondrous beauty of the morning skies! Oh, wide green fields with beady dew impearled! The lark soars upward, singing as she flies, oh, wave of free, swift wings, oh, happy world! Oh, wordless wonder of the evening sky, far ivory citadels with flags unfurled, deep sapphire seas where rosy fleets float by the golden shores remote, oh, happy world! Oh, my blue violets by the laughing brook! My shy, sweet darlings, in your green leaves curled, bright eyes, sometime you will all vainly look for me, your lover. Oh, the happy world! So passed the days of spring, and she must sign dull papers to appease the hungry law, and to the castle down a writer came, no greybeard old, and drier than his tomes, a tall, fair-faced youth, with bright, bold gaze, and blood that leaped afresh like crimson wine, rush blood that led him to leap o'er a gate 5-barred, within the mossy park, upon the knight's old stumbling steed that played him false to its own harm, for which it lost its life, more fortunate the youth, though bruised he, and bleeding from his many grievous wounds, and Gladys tended him with gentlest care till love crept in and took the place of pain, and in her heart took pity's weeping place and dwelt a king. He knew she was the bride of heaven, not to be vexed with earthly love, but yet, upon the last night of his stay, as by the lake's low marge he met the maid, and saw her soft eyes fall before his own, he laid an almond blossom in her hand, a blossom that both sweet and bitter is, and said but this, "Say, is dear love a dream?" "Nay, not a dream," she murmured, looking out to where the light upon the waters lay, a golden pathway leading to the sun. "Dear love, the wakening is, this life we live is but a dream." Then with a sudden hope he would have caught her hands, but no, she clasped them o'er the snowy muslin on her breast, and on her heart like drops of crimson blood, there lay the almond blossoms, bitter, sweet, and far away her pure eyes looked adown that shining path across the summer sea. Nay, life a long dream is, a sleep that lasts until we waken in the land of love. But though thus calmly did she speak to him, when he had gone to hide his breaking heart as best he might, to bravely bide his time, and do his life work as she bade him do, then all her lonely haunts echoed this cry of deeper anguish, "Oh, my heart! Why did I pray for one more summer bright? The outward world but held me in time past, now, life and love have added links of might, a chain that fetters me, that holds me fast. I will obey, but oh, my heart! My life was like some little mountain spring by slight waves stirred till some deep overflow swift breaks its peace. Then with its risen king down to the mighty deep it needs must go. Thus did I follow love, but oh, my heart! For dear love sought me, claimed me for his own, and called me with his voice so strong, so low, I followed unto bliss. Thou hapless one, I did bethink me of my cruel vow, the vow I will obey, but oh, my heart. And through the long, still nights this cry was hers, as on her couch she lay till dreary dawn, her large eyes dark with horror looking out upon the pitchy darkness unafraid. And as the breathings of the new spring breeze, soft sights of sad complaint, to autumn's storms that hold the burdened sorrow of a year, was this, her sigh of, oh, the happy world. To this despairing cry of, oh, my heart. And as the year's late winds leave pale and chill the earth, so did this weary cry of hers so oft repeated leave her lips like snow. And oft the lonely midnight heard her moan of hopes foregone, that women hold most dear. No little ones to ever cling to me in closest love, look on me through his eyes and call me mother, bless me with his smile. Then low in tearful prayer her voice would sound despairing, wailing, through the lonely room, the silent turret chamber steep and high. Thou maiden mother, Mary, knows my heart, thou who didst love and suffer, look on me, oh, pity me, sweet mother of the Christ. Then would the passion of her woe die out in dreary calm, and as a chidden child who cries himself to rest, sobs in his sleep, so pitifully would sound the latest words, I will be patient, and obey. But all the long day's silent anguish, all these secret trysts she kept alone with pain wore her meek face, till like a spirit's looked it, gleaming white from out her shadowy hair. And so the last day came, the day of doom, the dreaded day when she should leave the world. But he who holdeth little useless birds in his protecting care, looked tenderly upon this patient soul, so sorely tried. This sweet soul purified by all its pain, for on this day, so fair a morn, it seemed a heavenly peace sunk down to this sad earth from gate ajar, the bright and pearly gate swung widely open for an angel guest. A faithful servant climbed the winding stair, sent by her eager father with the dawn to rouse her, tell her that the hour had come when she to save his name should leave the world. And as the woman stood beside the couch she said, Sweet soul, she talks out in her sleep. For there she lay with closed eyes murmuring low, with mournful brow and sad lips, oh, dear love. Then cried out with a sob, 'Tis not a dream. Then spake of blood-red blossoms, bitter, sweet, and with her white lips sighing this, she sunk into what seemed to be a dreamless sleep. And as the loving servant weeping stood, loath to awake her to her evil doom, she opened her large violet eyes, and gazed upon the morning sunlight stealing in, the clear light trembling, growing on the wall, and as she looked, her eyes grew like the eyes of blessed angels looking on their Lord. And high toward heaven she lifted up her hands, then clasped them in content upon her breast, and cried out in a glad voice, Oh, my heart! And with such glory lighting up her face, as if the flood of joy had filled her heart, and overrun her lips with blissful smiles, she left the world, and saved her sire from shame. Farewell! Lift up your brown eyes, darling, not timidly and shy, as in the fair, lost past, not thus I'd have you meet my eye. But grave, and calm, and earnest, thus bravely should we part, not sorrowfully, not lightly, and so farewell, dear heart. Yes, fare thee well, farewell, waiter shall me betide, may gentlest angels comfort thee, and peace with thee abide, our love was but a stormy love, 'tis your will we should part, so smile upon me once, darling, and then farewell, dear heart. But lay your hand once on my brow, set like a saintly crown, it will shield me, it will help me to hurl temptations down. God give thee better love than mine, nay, dear, no tears must start, see, I am quiet, thou must be, and now farewell, dear heart. The night of Normandy. Clear shone the moon, my mansion walls towered white above the wood, near, down the dark oak avenue an humble cottage stood. My gardener's cottage, small and brown, yet precious unto me, for there she dwelt, who sat by me that night beside the sea. So sweet, the white rose on her neck was not more fair than she, as silently her soft brown eyes looked outward o'er the sea. So still, the muslin o'er her heart seemed with no breath to stir, as silently she sat and heard the tale I told to her. It was a knight of Normandy, he vowed on his good sword he would not wed his father's choice, the Lady Hildegard. Near dwelt the beauteous Edith, a lowly maiden she, still unmoved, her dark sweet eyes looked far away from me. Dearer to him one blossom small that had but touched her hand, than all the high-born beauties, the ladies of the land. Dearer to him quick came my breath as I looked down on her, but the white roses in her hand no lightest leaf did stir. Wistfully I read her face, full gently did I speak, no light dawned in her tender eye, no flush stole o'er her cheek. He wore her colors on the field, he went where brave hearts were, gallantly and nobly he fought for love of her. He loved her with his whole true heart now like a sudden flame up to her cheek so pure and white, a flood of crimson came. Her hands unclasped, down to her feet my flowers unnoticed shook, I leaned and followed with my gaze her glad and eager look. I saw a boat sweep round the rock, rowed with a steady grace, I saw the fisher's manly form, his brown and handsome face. For love of her, to victory he his brave squadron led, then broke his true heart, and her scarf pillowed his dying head. So died this knight of Normandy, died with his sword unstained, I know not that she heard my words, so near the boat had gained. I said, Heaven bless her. In my heart, she had no thought for me, I turned away and left them there beside the beating sea. Behind me lay the sweet moonlight, my shadow went before, and passed a dark and gloomy shape before me through the door. O strange and sad this life of ours, this life beneath the sun, O sad and strange and full of pain, God help us, every one. God help us, that we may endure like him of Normandy, and die with sword unstained, that has led us to victory. Sometime on the shore I sit and gaze out on the twilight sea, for my ship may come, though many days I have waited patiently, with waiting trusting eyes. A lonely watch I keep for its silver sails to rise like a blossom out of the deep. It is built of a costly wood, bearing the strange perfume of the gorgeous solitude, where it grew in tropical gloom, and the odorous scent, the spicy balm of its islet will bear to me, as I stand on the shore, in the magic calm. And my ship come in from sea. It is laden with all that is sweet of the beauty of every clime. Slowly and proudly 'twill glide to my feet in the eve of that fair some time before me its sails will be furled, a princess I shall be, crowned with the wealth of the world, when my ship comes in from sea. Sweet faces I then shall see, tender, undoubting, true, soft hands will be stretched to me with a welcome I never knew. In the peace of such tenderness I shall rest forevermore, and weep in my perfect bliss, as I never wept before. Sometimes I think it is not far and I bend my head and list, for I think I see a slender spar gleam through the golden mist, and I fancy I hear the sound of wind in a silken sail, and an odor rare from eastern ground floats in on the languid gale. But I sit and watch the west till the sun goes down, in vain, it was only a cloud with an ivory crest, a cloud of vapor and rain, it rises and hides the sea, and my heart grows chill and numb, lest this terrible thing should be, that my ship will never come. But the morn is bright, the wave is a golden and shining track, softly the waters the white sands lave, and my trusting faith comes back. Oh, all that I ever lost, and all that I long to be, will be mine when the deep is crossed, and my ship comes home from sea. Motives. I said that I would see her once, to curse her fair, deceitful grace, to curse her for my lifelong agony, but when I saw her face, I said, Sweet Christ, forgive both her and me. High swelled the chanted hymn, low on the marble swept the velvet pall, I bent above, and my eyes grew dim, my sad heart saw it all, she loved me though she wedded him. And then shot through my soul a thrill of fierce delight, to think that he must yield her form, his all, to death's control, the while her love for me would live, when sun and stars had ceased to roll. But no, on the white brow, graved in its marble, was deep calm impressed, saying that peace had come to her through woe, saying, she had found rest at last, and I must not love her now. It may be in heaven's grace, beneath the shade of some immortal palm, that God will let me see her angel face, then wild heart be calm, wipe out that old love, every sorrowful trace. I know that if it be, we two should meet again in paradise, 'twould trouble her pure soul if she should see the old grief in my eyes, 'twould grieve her dear heart through eternity. Wipe out that grief, my soul, and shall I lose all love, in losing this? Unclasp my spirit, self's close stolid stole. Are there no lives to bless? So will I give my love, my life, no stinted dole. God will note deeds and sighs, throned in far splendor on the heavenly hill, though mad sounds from this wretched planet rise, moans wild enough to fill heaven's air, and drown its harps in doleful cries. And angels shall look down, through incense rising from my godly deeds. Approving gleam those eyes of tender brown, sure on a brow that bleeds, the thorns should change to a more glorious crown. Well done, my soul, well done, out of thy grief to rear a ladder tall to reach the land that lies beyond the sun, to scale the jasper wall, and rise to glory on grief's stepping stone. God looks into the tide, angel and demon troubled, of a man's mind, and if my arms are scattered far and wide, only my love to find, only to pave a path to reach her side, will he accept from me my worship, gifts. The heavens are very still, no answer do I hear, no sign I see. If I but knew his will, would come a-walking on the sea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The storm is overpast, for sweet and fair a sudden radiance shone o'er wave and lea, and in the glory trembling through the air, he came unto me walking on the sea. The heavy waves that had rushed to and fro cowered at his feet in sudden melody, and all transfigured in the shining glow did he come to me walking on the sea. Far off I saw his form, but knew it not, he nearer drew, he smiled, my fears did flee, his loving look dispelled a lingering doubt, as he came to me o'er the twilight sea. I dropped my burden on the shelving sand so I might meet him, if such bliss could be. I reached the shore, I knelt and kissed his hand with blissful tears beside the twilight sea. Such love he woke, I would my life have lain low down to pave his way. He loveth me who loveth this sad world, and blesseth man came blown to me across the twilight sea. Perplexing questions died within my breast. Deep peaceth he who doth lovingly my will, who loveth most, he loveth best came blown to me across the twilight sea. The storm was overpast, a breath of balm lapped the low waves, and lingered on the lee, for in the twilight fell a holy calm, he came unto me walking on the sea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Was this a dream? If it were not a dream my life is blessed in truth, and if it be, I know across the deep has fallen a gleam, a bridge of glory spans the twilight sea. Nightfall. Soft o'er the meadow, and murmuring mere, falleth a shadow, near and more near, day like a white dove floats down the sky, cometh the night, love, darkness is nigh. So dies the happiest day. Slow in thy dark eye riseth a tear, hear I thy sad sigh, sorrow is near, hope smiling bright, love, dies on my breast, as day like a white dove flies down the west, so dies the happiest day. His place. So all things come to our mind at last. He is close by your side in the twilight gloom, and you two are alone in the dim old room, yet he is mute, as you bade him be, time past. You bade him to weary you, never again with his idle love, in truth he was wise, for he spake no more, although in his eyes you read, you fancied, a language of pain. But this is past, and vex you he never will, with loving glance, or look of sad reproach, his lips move not, smile not at your approach, the flowers he clasps are not more calm and still. Your favorite flowers he has heard you praise, purple pansies, and lilies creamy white, but he offers them not to you tonight, he troubles you not. He has learned his place. You wished to teach him that lesson, you told him as much, you know, in this very room, 'twas about this hour, for the twilight gloom as now, was enwrapping you, fold on fold. Was his place in the haunts of the herded poor, where the pestilence stalked with deadly breath? Face to face with its dreadful shadow, death, how he wrestled with it from door to door, giving his life that others' life might find, shaming you with his toil, his bravery, not by a word or look, no boaster he was always gentle to you, and kind. He has found his place, but no need of fears, no, you need not summon your jealous pride, for his place will never be by your side, nevermore, nevermore, through all the years. And when from time shall drop earth's days like chaff from the bloom of the year sublime, with the gentle spirits of every time, and the martyr souls, he will find his place. So answers will come to our seeking wills, nevermore will his sad face vex your sight, for you never will make your robes so white as to stand by him on the heavenly hills. Yes, lay your cheek upon his, and press the clustering hair from his broad white brow. Have no fear, he will not annoy you now by a word in praise of your loveliness. Yes, kneel by him, moaning, kissing his brow, not now will it grieve him, your tears' swift rain, and he will not ask you to share your pain. Ah! Once he would, but not now, not now. So leave the old room in the waning light, go out in your peerless beauty and pride, and let no shadow go out by your side to follow you under the falling night. A dream of spring. The world is asleep. All hushed is nature's warm, sweet breath. The world is asleep, and dreaming the silent dream of snow, but through the silence that seems like the silence of death, under their shroud of ermine, the souls of the roses glow. And forever the heart of the water throbs and beats, though bound by a million gleaming fetters and crystal rings, no sound on lonesome mornings the lonely watcher greets, but the frosty pane is impressed with the shadow of coming wings. Waiting. I know not where you wait for me in all your maiden sweetness, sweet soul in whom my life will find its rest, its full completeness, but somewhere you await me, fate will lead us to each other, as roses know the sunlight, so shall we know one another. Dear heart, what are you doing in this twilight's purple splendor? Do you tend your dewy flowers with fingers white and slender, heavy, odor-laden branches in blessing bent above you, fond lilies kneeling at your feet, winds murmuring they love you? Mayhap, your heart in maiden peace is like a closed bud sleeping, wrapped in pure folds of saintly thought, its tender freshness keeping. Yet like a dream that comes in sleep, your soul's sweet quiet breaking, is a thought of me, my darling, that shall come true on waking. Perchance you turn from passionate vows, words wild with love's sweet madness, with soft eyes looking far sway, in yearning trust and sadness, a look that tells his alien soul how widely you are parted, though he knows not whom your rapt eyes seek, my sweet, my loving-hearted. Oh, the world is rough, the heart against its sneers, its cold derision, locks all its better feelings, making it a gloomy prison, but your hand, my angel, shall unlock its rocky, dust-strewn portal, your smile shall rouse its dying dreams of good to life immortal. You will make me better, purer, for love, the true refiner, burning out the baser passions, will kindle the diviner, will plead and wind my spirit, not to shame its heavenly station. You will trust me, and that trust will prove my tempted soul's salvation. God keep you tenderly, my life's dear hope and unseen blessing. O, night wind, touch her tresses till I come with fond caressing, thy crown of pearl-linked light. O, royal moon, stoop down and give her, till queen of love's own kingdom, I crown her mine forever. A Song for Twilight. Oh, the day was dark and dreary, for clouds swept o'er the sun. The burden of life seemed heavy, and its warfare never done. But I heard a voice at twilight, it whispered in my ear, "Oh, doubting heart, look upward, dear soul, be of good cheer. Oh, weary heart, look upward, dear soul, be of good cheer." And lo, on looking upward the stars lit up the sky like the lights of an endless city, a city set on high. And my heart forgot its sorrow these heavenly homes to see. Sure in those many mansions is room for even me, sure in those many mansions is room for thee and me. The Flight. Here in the silent doorway let me linger one moment, for the porch is still and lonely, that shadows but the rose vine in the moonlight, all are asleep in peace, I waken only, and he I wait. By my own heart's beating I know how slow to him the tide creeps by, nor life, nor death, could bar our hearts from meeting, were worlds between, his soul to mine would fly. Oh, shame! To think a heap of paltry metal should overbalance manhood's noblest graces, a film of gold had gilt his worth and honor, warming to smiles the coldness of their faces, gentle to me, they rise in condemnation, and plead with me than words more powerfully. Oh, well I love them, but they have wealth and station to fill their hearts, and he has only me. But oh, my roses, how their great pure faces beseech me as they bend from sculptured column. So with my wet cheek closely pressed against them, I listen to their pleadings sweet and solemn. Oh, memory, if an hour of gloom and grieving I here have known, that hour before me set, but all the peace and joy I am leaving, in mercy, memory, let me forget. Oh, home! If here a frown has ever chilled me, let it now rise and darken on my sight. If a harsh word or look has ever grieved me, let me remember that harsh word tonight. But all the tender words, the fond caressing, the loving smiles that daily I have met, the patient mother love, God's crowning blessing, in mercy, memory, let me forget. Here she has kissed me with fond looks of greeting, will that smile fade when waiting me no longer? Oh, true first love, tender and changing never, but there's a love that nearer is and stronger, he comes. I kneel and kiss the stone, oh, mother, where you have stood and blessed me with your eyes, forgive, forgive me, mother, father, brother, for oh, he loves me, and love sanctifies. Comfort. Once through an autumn wood I roamed in tearful mood, by grief dismayed, doubting, and ill at ease, when from a leafless oak, without low murmurs broke, complaining accents, as of words like these, incline thy mighty ear, great Mother Earth, and hear how I, thy child, am sorely vexed and tossed, no one to heed my moan, I shudder here, alone with my destroyers, wind and snow, and frost. Then low and unaware this answer cleaved the air, this tender answer, doubting one, be still, O trust to me, and know the wind, the frost, the snow, are but my servants sent to do my will. For the destroyer frost, his labor is not lost, rid thee he shall of many noisome things, and thou shalt praise the snow when drinking far below refreshment sweet from overflowing springs. My child, thou art not alone, I love thee, hear thy moan, but winds that fret thee only causeth thee to more securely stand, more firmly clasp my hand, and soaring upward, closer cling to me. Then from my burdened heart the shadows did depart, then said I softly, winds of sorrow blow so I but closer cling to thee, my Lord, my King, who loves me, even me, so weak and low. Jenny Allen. I never shall hear your voice again, your voice so gentle and low, but the thought of you, Jenny Allen, will go with me where I go. Your sweet voice drowns the Atlantic wave and the rush of the alpine snow. You were very fair, Jenny Allen, fair as a woodland rose, your heart was pure as an angel's heart, too good for earth and its woes, and I loved you, Jenny Allen, with a sorrowful love, God knows. You loved me, Jenny Allen, my sorrow made me wise, and I read your heart. 'Twas an easy task, for within your clear blue eyes, your pure and innocent thoughts shone out like stars from the summer skies. He had riches and fame with his 70 years when he won you for his wife. You were but a child, and poor, and tired, tired of toil and strife, and you only thought of rest, poor dove, when you sold your beautiful life. Alas, for the hour I entered in your halls of lordly mirth, for I lost there, Jenny Allen, all that gives life worth. You taught your teacher, Jenny, the saddest lesson of earth. Ah, woe's the hour I ever stepped your mansion walls within, for you loved me, Jenny Allen, but you never dreamed 'twas sin. Your heart was white as a lily's heart, when it drinks the sunshine in. God pity me, Jenny Allen, that I ever loved you so. I would have died to give you peace, and I only gave you woe, for your eyes looked like a wounded dove's, when I told you I must go. You were but a child, Jenny Allen, but that hour made you wise. A woman's grief and holy strength sprang up in your mournful eyes. Ah, you were an angel, Jenny, an angel in woman's guise. But a pitiful, pitiful look, Jenny, your seraph features wore, as I left you that dark autumn morn, left you forevermore, and heaven seemed shut against me as I blindly shut that door. The years have rained on you golden gifts, you dwell in a queenly show, there are jewels of price in your silken hair, and upon your neck of snow. Do you ever think of me, Jenny, and the dream of the long ago? I have sat me down under foreign skies afire with an orient glow, I have seen the moon gild the desert sand, and silver the Arctic snow. But the thought of you, Jenny Allen, goes with me where I go. The unseen city. Not far away does that bright city stand, 'tis but the mist o'er its dividing stream, that wraps the glory of its glittering strand, its radiant skies, and mountains' silvery gleam. Oh, often in the blindness of our fate we wander very near the city's gate. We love that unseen city, and we yearn ever within our earthly homes to see its golden towers, that in the sunset burn, its white walls rising from the quiet sea, its mansions gleaming with immortal glow, filled with the treasure lost to us below. Yes, dear ones that we loved and lost are there, bright in that fair clear beam those sweet eyes now. Fanned by its soft breeze floats the shining hair, hair we have smoothed back from the gentlest brow, softest white hands we kissed and clasped in ours slipped from our grasp, allured by its glowing flowers. Fairer it seems, its velvet walks were sweet, dearer its quiet streets, with gold paved o'er, since o'er them lightly fall the little feet, the light feet bounding through our homes no more. Oh, heart's dear music, tearfully missed, that city's filled with melody like this. It is not far away, down from its arches roll anthems too sacred for the outward ear, pouring their haunting sweetness on the soul. Oh, how our waiting spirits thrill to hear, in listening to the low bewildering strain, voices they said we should not hear again. Oh, dear to us that city. He is there, he whom unseen we love, no need of light. His tender eyes illume the crystal air where his beloved walk in vesture white. What though on earth they wandered, poor, distressed, and saw through tears his glory, now they rest. Oh, that fair city, shining o'er the tide, thither we journey through the storm and night. But soon shall we adown its still bay glide, soon will the city's gate gleam on our sight. There with our own forever shall we be, in that fair city rising from the sea. The wages of sin. I am an outcast, sinful and vile I know, but what are you, my lady, so fair, and proud, and high? The fringe of your robe just touched me so low, your feet defiled, I saw the scorn in your eye, and the jeweled hand that drew back your garments fine. What should you say if I told you to your face your robes are dyed with as deep a stain as mine? The only difference is you are better paid for disgrace. You loved a man, you promised to be his bride, strong vows you gave, you were in the sight of heaven his wife, and when you sold yourself for another's wealth, he died. And what is that but murder? To take a life that is a little beyond my guilt, I ween. To murder the one you love is a crime of deeper grade than mine, yet in purple you walk on the earth a queen. I think the wages of sin are very unequally paid. For what did you receive when you sold yourself for his gold, when with guilty loathing you plighted your white, false hand, a palace in town and country, his name long centuries old, a carriage with coachman and footman, wealth in broad tracts of land, wealth in coffers and vaults, high station, the family gems, for these you stood at God's altar and swore to a lie, but smother your conscience to silence if it condemns. With this you are liberally paid for your life of infamy. What wages did I receive when I gave myself for his love, so young, so weak, and loving him so? What did I get for my sin, O merciful God above? But the terrible, terrible wages, pain and want and woe, the world's scorn, and my own contempt and disdain, the hideous hue of guilt that stares in every eye. Like you I cannot broider with gold my garments stain, you see, my lady, you get far better wages than I. In your constancy to sin you far exceed my power, since that day marked with blackness from other days, the day before your marriage. Never since that hour have I heard his voice, have I looked upon his face, for I threw his gold at his feet and stole away anywhere, only out of his sight, longing to hide from the mocking glare of the day, longing to cover my eyes forever away from the light. And long I strove to hate him, for I thought I was so young, a friendless orphan left to his care. It was a terrible sin that he had wrought, and since I had the burden of guilt to bear, it was enough without the wild despair of love, so I strove to reason my passionate love to hate. Can we kneel with tears and bid the strong sun move away from the sky? It is vain to war with fate. That a hard life I have lived since then, 'tis true, my hands are unblackened by sinful wages since that day, and my baby died. I was not fit, God knew, to guide a sinless soul, so he took my bird away. And my heart was empty and lone as a robin's winter nest, with the trusting eyes that never looked scornfully, the head that nestled fearlessly on my guilty breast, and the little constant hands that clung to me, even me. But I knew it were best for God to unclasp her hand from mine, while yet she clung to it in trust, than for her to draw it from me, live to understand, blush for her mother. Had she lived she must. And then she had her father's smile, and his soft, dark eyes. Maybe she would have had his fair, false ways, his heart. It is well that she passed through the starry gate of the skies, though it closed and bars us forever and ever apart. For I am a sinful woman, well I know, and though by others sins my own are not excused, things seem so strange to me in this strange world of woe. In a maze of doubt and wonder I get confused, whether a sin of impulse, born of a fatal love, is worse than deliberate bargain, a life of legal shame, legal below. I think in the courts above the heavenly scribes will call a crime by its right name. But we stand before the wise judgment seat of the world, and it calls you pure, that in your pearl-gemmed breast all saintly virtues meet, holier than other holy women, higher, truer, so sweet a creature, an angel in woman's guise. They would not wonder much, though much they might admire, should you be caught again up to your native skies from an alien world in a chariot of fire. So we stand before the tender judgment seat of the world, and it calls me vile, so low that it is a wonder God will let his joyous sunshine gild my guilty head with its smiles, an outcast barred beyond the pale of hope. Beyond the lamp of their mercy's flickering light, they would scarcely wonder if the earth should ope and swallow up the wretch from their vexed sight. Before another judgment seat one day we will stand, you and I, my lady, and he by our side, he who won my heart, who held my life in his hand, he who bought you with gold to be his bride. Before an assembled world we shall stand, we three, to meet from the merciful judge our doom of weal or woe. He holds his righteous balance true and evenly, and which is the vilest sinner we then shall know. Isabel and I, Isabel has gold and lands, fate gave her a fair lot, like the white lilies of the field her soft hands toil not. I gaze upon her splendor without an envious sigh. I have no wealth in lands and gold, and yet sweet peace have I. I know the blue sky smiles as bright on the low field violet, as on the proud crest of the pine on loftiest mountain set. I am content, God loveth all, and if he tenderly the sparrow guides, he knoweth best the place where I should be. Her violet velvet curtains trail down to the floor, but brightly God's rich sunshine streams into my cottage door, and not a picture on her walls, hath beauty unto me, like that which from my window frame I daily lean to see. She has known such pomp, she careth not, for any humble sight, flowers bending o'er the brook's green edge, to her give no delight. She tends her costly eastern bird with gold upon its wing, but her wild roses bloom for me her wild birds sing. She tires of home, and fain would see the brightest clime of earth, and so she sails for summer lands with friends to share her mirth. She waves her jeweled hand to me, the opal spray clouds fly, she leaves me with the fading shore. Do I envy her? Not I. She will see the sailor's hardened palms curbing the toiling sails, she will faint beneath the tropic calms and face the angry gales. She will labor for her happiness while I've no need to speak, but on a lotus leaf I float, unto the land they seek. There, like a dream from out the wave, I see a city rise, I stand entranced, as by a spell, upon the bridge of sighs. The low and measured dip of oars falls softly on my ear, blent with the tender evening song of some swart gondolier. And down from marble terraces veiled ladies slowly pass, and, entering antique barges, glide down the streets of glass, and eyes filled with the dew and fire of their own midnight sky, gleam full on me, as silently the gondolas float by. The sunset burns, and turns the wave to an enchanted stream, and far up on the shadowy steeps the white-walled convents gleam. The music of their bells float out, the sweet wind bears it by, adown the warm and sunny slopes, where purple vineyards lie. And I stand in old cathedrals, by tombs of buried kings, white angels bend above them, mute guard with folded wings. Far down the aisle the organ peals, the priests are knelt in prayer and memories flood its ancient walls, as the music fills the air. I may not see that blessed land, but she roams o'er the sod the Lord's pure eyes have hallowed, where once his feet have trod. Yet he in mercy has drawn near, he has me comforted, so near he seemed I almost felt his hand upon my head. And I with slow and reverent steps through ancient cities roam, treading o'er crumbling columns, the dust of spire and dome, the tall and shattered arches their flickering shadows cast, like bent and hoary spectres, low murmuring of the past. And Isabel toils o'er the Alps, through fields of ice and snow, to see the lofty glaciers flash in the sun's red glow. I feel no cold, and yet on high their shining spires I see. Why should I envy Isabel? Why should she pity me? Why should I envy Isabel when thus so easily, upon a tropic flower's perfume I float across the sea? Goodbye. Again I see that May moon shine, dost thou remember, soul of mine? I held your hand in mine, you know, and as I bent to whisper low, a tender light was in your eye, sweetheart, goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. There came a time my lips were white beneath the pale and cold moonlight, and burning words I might not speak, you read, love, in my ashen cheek, as my whole heart breathed in this one cry, sweetheart, goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Time's waves that roll so swift and fleet have borne you far from me, my sweet, have borne you to a sunny bay, where brightest sunshine gilds your way. Do these words ever dim your sky, sweetheart, goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye? I cannot tell, but this I know, they go with me where'er I go. I hear them in the crowded mart, at midnight lone. They chill my heart, they dim for me the earth and sky. Sweetheart, goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. And in that hour of mystery, when loved ones shall bend over me, near ones to kiss my lips and weep, as nearer steals the dreamless sleep, from all I'll turn with this last sigh, sweetheart, goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. The sea captain's wooing. Put the crown of your love on my forehead, its sweet links clasped with a kiss, and all the great monarchs of England never wore such a gem as this. Give me your hand, little maiden, that sceptre so pearly white, and I'll envy not the kingliest wand that ever waved in might. I know 'tis like asking a morning cloud with a grim old mountain to stay, but your love would soften its ruggedness, and melt its roughness away. I have seen a delicate rosy cloud, a rough, grey cliff enfold, till his heart was warmed by its loveliness, and his brow was tinged with its gold. Oh, poor and mean does my life show compared with the beauty of thine, like a diamond embedded in granite your life would be set in mine, but a faithful love should guard you, and shelter you from life's storm. The rock must be shivered to atoms ere its treasure should come to harm. How your sweet face has shone on me from the tropics' midnight sea, when the sailors slept, and I kept watch alone with my God and thee. I know your heart is relenting, the tender look in your eyes seems like that sky's soft splendor when the sun was beginning to rise. You need not veil their glorious light with your eyelids' cloud of snow. A telltale bird with a crimson wing on your cheek flies to and fro, and whispers to me such blissful hope that my foolish tears will start. Ah, little bird, your fluttering wing is folded on my heart. I might strive as well to melt to softness the soulless breast of some fair and saintly image, carven out of stone, with my smile, as to stir you heart from its icy rest, or win a tender glance from your royal eyes, I own, but your sad smile lures me on, as towards some fatal rock is the fond wave drawn, but to break with passionate moan. Break. To be spurned from its cold feet with a stony shock, as you would spurn my suppliant heart from your feet, I own. There is a grave in the churchyard under the hill, the villagers shun like the unblissed haunt of a ghost, dropped there out of a dark spring night, I remember still, for a foreign ship had anchored that night on the coast, on the grey stone tablet is written this one word rest. Did he who sleeps underneath seek for it vainly here? What is the secret hidden there in the buried breast, the secret deeper sunken by dripping rains each year? When autumn's bending boughs and harvests burdened the ground, an early laborer, chancing to pass that way alone, saw a small glove gleaming whitely upon the mound, and into the delicate wrist was woven iron, and he said as he dropped it again his eye did mark, for this unknown, unhallowed grave had been shunned by all, a narrow footpath winding through to the lofty wall, that guards the wild grandeur and gloom of your father's park. 'Tis well to put small faith in a simple rustic sigh, this story your father heard, and haughtily denied, the grass waves rankly now, and gives the fellow the lie. How many secrets the tall, deceitful grasses hide, patting the turf that covers a maiden's innocent rest, and creeping and winding old haunted ruins among, as silently smooths the mould above the murdered breast, smothering down to deeper silence a buried wrong. In your father's gallery once, I saw your pictured face, I own you were not always so sad and pale as this. No beauty in all the long line of your noble race had eyes so softly bathed in bright bewitchment of bliss. You were just 19, they said. It was painted in Spain the year before you came. It was on your foreign tour, by an artist too low to be reached by your disdain, a delicate, passionate-hearted boy, proud and poor. So said the rumors floating to us across the sea. You had only an invalid mother with you there. I fancy that then you set your heart's pure feelings free for the first time, far from your proud old father's care, for you used to wander down the shaded garden ways, your slight hand closely clasped by the fair-haired English youth, his blue eyes bent on your blushing face. So rumor says, though such light birds are not to be trusted much in truth. Your face is not the face that looked from the antique frame, I own, and even that is gone from the oaken wall, that picture that never was painted for gold or fame, so vowed the artist friend who went with me to the hall, but the pain on your white brow sits regally I ween. The smile on your perfect lips is perilously sweet, my slavish glances crown you my love, my fate, my queen, as you pass in peerless beauty adown the village street. Summer days. Like emerald lakes the meadows lie, and daisies dot the main. The sunbeams from the deep blue sky drop down in golden rain, and gild the lily's silver bell, and coax buds apart, but I miss the sunshine of my youth, the summer of my heart. The wild birds sing the same glad song they sang in days of yore, the laughing rivulet glides along, low whispering to the shore, and its mystic water turns to gold the sunbeam's quivering dart, but I miss the sunshine of my youth, the summer of my heart. The south wind murmurs tenderly to the complaining leaves, the flower queen gorgeous tapestry of rose and purple weaves. Yes, nature's smile, the weary while, wears all its olden truth, but I miss the sunshine of my heart, the summer of my youth. The Lady Cecile. Sitting alone in the windy tower, while the waves leap high, or are low at rest, what does she think of, hour by hour, with her strange eyes bent on the distant west, and a fresh white rose on her withered breast, what does she think of, hour by hour? The Lady Cecile. Low under the lattice, day by day, white homeward sails like swallows come, but the sad eyes look afar and away, and the sailors' songs as they near their home, no glance may win, for she sitteth dumb, with her sad eyes looking afar and away, the Lady Cecile. Just 40 years has she dwelt alone with an ancient servant, grim and grey, sat alone under sun and moon, but once each year, on the 3rd of June, she treads the creaking staircase down, but back in her tower with the dying day, is the Lady Cecile. Beneath the tower of the lonesome hall, stone stairs creep down where the slow tide flows, there, out of a niche in the mouldering wall, low leaneth a royal tropical rose, who set it there none cares, nor knows, long years ago in the mouldering wall, but the Lady Cecile. But each 3rd of June as the sun dips low, she descends the stairs to the water's verge, and plucks a rose from the lowest bough which the lapping waves almost submerge, and what forms out of the deep, resurge to vex her, maybe, with mournful brow, knows the Lady Cecile. Her locks are sown with silver hairs, and the face they shroud is pale and wan, once it was sweet as the rose she wears, though the perfect lips wore a proud disdain. But the rose face paled by time and pain, no new springs no, like the flower she wears, the Lady Cecile. Why does she set the fresh white rose so faithfully over her silent breast? And what her thoughts are nobody knows, she sits with her secret hid, unguessed, with her strange eyes bent on the distant west. So the slow years come, and the slow year goes, o'er the Lady Cecile. 40 years. And June the 3rd came with a storm, loud the winds did blow, and up in her tower the lady heard the deep waves calling her far below. Wild they leaped and surged, wild the winds did blow, and, listening alone, she thought she heard Cecile. Cecile. And, wrapping her cloak round her withered form, she crept down the stairs of crumbling stone. Higher and fiercer raged the storm as she bent and plucked the rose. But one had the tempest sped, and the winds did moan, and she thought that she heard o'er the voice of the storm, Cecile. Cecile. She placed the rose on her bloodless breast, and dizzy and faint she reached the tower, and her strange eyes looked out again on the west, and a wave dashed up, as she looked from the tower, like a hand, and lifted the roots of the flower, and swept it, carried it out to the west, from the Lady Cecile. And like death was her face, when suddenly, strangely, a tremulous golden gleam pierced the pile of clouds, high-massed and grey, and the shining, quivering, golden beam seemed a bridge of light, a gold highway thrown o'er the wild waves of the bay, and the Lady Cecile did eagerly out of her lattice lean with her glad eyes bent on that bridge gold bright, as if some form by her rapt eyes seen, were beckoning her down that path of light, that quivering, shining, led from sight, ending afar in the sunset sheen. And the Lady Cecile cried with her lips that erst were dumb, "See, am I not true? Your flower I wore," and her thin hand eagerly touched the flower, "he is smiling upon me. Yes, love, I come." And a pleasant light, like the light of home, lit her eyes, and life and pain were o'er to the Lady Cecile. Home. A spirit is out tonight. His steeds are the winds, oh, list, how he madly sweeps o'er the clouds, and scatters the driving mist. We will let the curtains fall between us and the storm, wheel the sofa up to the hearth, where the fire is glowing warm. Little student, leave your book, and come and sit by my side. If you dote on Tennyson so, I'll be jealous of him, my bride. There, now I can call you my own. Let me push back the curls from your brow, and look in your dark eyes and see what my bird is thinking of now. Is she thinking of some high perch of freedom, and lofty flight? You smile, oh, little wild bird, you are hopelessly bound tonight. You are bound with a golden ring, and your captor, like some grim knight, will lock you up in the deepest cell of his heart, and hide you from sight. Sweetheart, sweetheart, do you hear far away the mournful voice of the sea? It is telling me of the time when I thought you were lost to me. Nay, love, do not look so sad, it is over, the doubt and the pain. Hark! Sweet, to the song of the fire, and the whisper of the rain. Steps we climb. I like idle clouds our lives move on, by change and chance as idly blown, our hopes like netted sparrows fly, and vainly beat their wings and die. Fate conquers all with stony will, O heart, be still, be still. 2 No. Change and chance are slaves that wait on him who guides the clouds, not fate, but the High King rules seas and sun, he conquers, he, the mighty one. So powerless, 'neath that changeless will, O heart, be still, be still. 3 As a young bird fallen from its nest beats wildly the kind hand against that lifts it up, so tremblingly our hearts lie in God's hand, as He uplifts them by His loving will, O heart, be still, be still. 4 Uplifts them to a perfect peace, a rest beyond all earthly ease, 'neath the white shadow of the throne, low nest forever overshone by tenderest love, our Lord's dear will, O heart, be still, be still. Squire Percy's pride. The squire was none of your common men whose ancestors nobody knows, but visible was his lineage in the lines of his Roman nose, that turned in the true patrician curve, in the curl of his princely lips, in his slightly insolent eyelids, in his pointed fingertips. Very erect and grand looked the squire as he walked o'er his broad estate, for he felt that the earth was honored in bearing his honorable weight. Proudly he strolled through his wooded park deer-haunted and gloomily grand, or gazed from his pillared porticos on his far outlying land. In a tiny whitewashed cottage, half covered with roses wild, his cheerful-faced old gardener dwelt alone with his motherless child. The squire owned the very floor he trod, the grass in his garden lot. The poor man had only this one little lamb, yet he envied the rich man not. Poor was the gardener, yet rich withal in this priceless pearl of a girl, so perfect a form, so faultless a face never brightened the halls of an earl. Her eyes were 2 fathomless stars of light, and they shone on the squire day by day, till their warm and perilous splendor so melted his pride away, that he fain would have taken this pretty pet lamb to dwell in his stately fold, to fetter it fast with a jeweled chain, and cage it with bars of gold, but this coy little lamb loved its freedom. Not so free was she, though, to be true, but, oh, the dainty and shy little lamb well her master's voice she knew. 'Twas vain for the squire the story to tell of his riches and high descent, as it fell into one rosy shell of an ear out of its mate it went, how one grim old ancestor into the land with William the Conqueror came, she thought, the sweet, of a conqueror she knew with that very name. So in this tender conflict the great man was forced to yield to the handsome, sunburnt ploughman who sowed and reaped in his field, for vainly he poured out his glittering gifts, vainly he plead and besought. Her heart was a tender and soft little heart, but it was not a heart to be bought. So strange a thing I warrant you happens not every day, that the pride that had thriven for centuries one slight little maiden should slay. Why the proud squire's Roman features quivered and burned with shame, and the picture of his grim ancestor blushed in its antique frame. Were this a romance, an idle tale, the squire would sicken and die, slain by the pitiless cruelty of her dark and dazzling eye, and she in some shadowy convent would bow her beautiful head, but the hand that should have told penitent beads wore a plain gold ring instead. And he, not twice had his oak trees bloomed ere he wedded a lady grand, whose tall and towering family tree had for ages darkened the land. 'Twas a famous genealogical tree, with no modernly thrifty shoots, but a tree with a sap of royalty encrusting its mossy old roots. This leaf he plucked from the outmost twig was somewhat withered, 'tis true. Long years had flown since it lightly danced to the summer air and the dew. Not much of a dowry brought she, in beauty or vulgar pelf, but she had 2 or 3 ancestors more than the squire himself. 'Twas much to muse o'er their musty names, and to think that his children's brains should be moved by the sanguine current that had flown through such ancient veins. But I think, sometimes, in his secret heart, the squire breathed woeful sighs for the fresh sweet face of the little maid, with the dark and wonderful eyes. But she, no bird ever sang such songs to its mate from contented nest, as this wee waiting wife, when the twilight was treading the glorious west, as she looked through the clustering roses, for the manly form that would come up through the cool green evening fields to this sweet little wife and home. She could see the great stone mansion towering over the oaks dark green, and the lawn like emerald velvet, fit for the feet of a queen. But round this brown-eyed princess did love his ermine fold. Queen was she of a richer realm, she had dearer wealth than gold. Roses of June. She sat in the cottage door, and the fair June moon looked down on a face as pure as its own, an innocent face and sweet as the roses dewy white that grow so thick at her feet, white royal roses, fit for a monarch's crown. And one is clasped in her slender hand, and one on her bosom lies, and 2 rare blushing buds loop up her light brown hair. Ah, roses of June, you never looked on a face so white and fair, such perfectly molded lips, such sweet and heavenly eyes. This low-walled home is dear to her. She has come to it today from the lordly groves of her palace home afar, but not to stay. There's a light on her brow like the light of a star, and her eyes are looking beyond the earth, far, far away. She was born in this cottage home, the sweetest rosebud of spring, and grew with its flowers, the fairest blossom of all, till her friends ambitiously said she would grace the kingliest hall, and flattery breathed on her ear its passionate whispering. A man of riches and taste saw the maiden's face, and thought her beauty would grace his stately southern home, so he took her there, with pictures from France, and statues from Rome, and marvelous works of art from many an ancient place. He decked her in costly attire, and showed her beauty with pride as for sympathy and love. What need of these had she? He had placed her amidst the choicest treasures of land and sea. His marble Heb never complained, and why should his bride? He had polished the beautiful unknown gem and set it in gold. He had given her his name and his wealth. What more could she ask? When all other gifts were hers, it were surely an easy task her pleading spirit's restless wings to fold. The wise world called her blessed, so heart be still. She had beauty, and splendor, and youth, and a husband calmly kind, and crowds of flattering friends her lofty mansion lined, and dark-browed slaves awaited her queenly will. Why should she dream of the past, of the days of old, of her childhood home, and more oft of the home of the dead, of the grave where she went alone the night before she was wed, and knelt, with her pure cheek pressed to the marble cold. It was not sin, she said, that those eyes of darkest blue haunted her dreams more wildly from day to day, since they looked on heaven now, and she was so far away, she could love the dead and still be to the living true. She could think of him, the one who loved her best, of him who true had been if all the world deceived, who felt all grief with her when she was grieved, and shared each joy that thrilled her girlish breast. It was not sin that she heard that voice, gentle and deep, and the echo of a name. It was cut in marble now, so it was not sin, she said, as she breathed it low in the midnight hour when all but she were asleep. But she wearier grew of pride and pomp, like a homesick child she pined, and paler grew her cheek, as worn with a wearing pain. She said the fresh free country air would seem so sweet again, so she went to her childhood home, as a pilgrim goes to a shrine, and she looked down the orchard path and the meadow's clover bloom. She stood by the stone-walled well that had mirrored her face when a child. She saw where the robins built, and her roses clambered wild, and lingered lost in thought in each low and rustic room. And she sat in the cottage door while the fair June moon looked down on a face as pure as its own, an innocent face, and sweet as the roses wet with dew that grew so thick at her feet, white, royal roses, fit for a monarch's crown. But at night, when silence and sleep on the lonely hamlet fell like a spirit clad in white through the graveyard gates she passed, and the stars bent down to hear, "I have come to you, love," at last, while through the valley solemnly sounded the midnight bell. And her southern birds will wait her coming in vain, their starry eyes impatiently pierce the palm tree's shade, and her roses droop in their bowers, alone they'll wither and fade. Roses of June, you are gone, but we know you will blossom again. Magdalena, who falsely called thee destroyer, still white angel of death. Oh, not a destroyer here, but a kind restorer, thou, for the guilty look is gone, died out with her failing breath, and the sinless peace of a babe has come to lip and brow. Drowned in the heaving tide with her life, is her burden of woe, the dreary weight of sin, the woeful, troublesome years. The cold pure touch of the water has washed the shame from her brow, leaving a calm immortal, that looks like the chrism of peace. I fancy her smile was like this, as she pulled at her mother's gown, drawing her out with childish fingers to watch the red of the skies on the old brown doorstep of home, while the peaceful sun went down, with her mother's hand on her brow, and the glow of the west in her eyes. An outcast, vile and lost, you say? Yes, she went astray, astray, when the crimson wine of life ran fresh and wild, with mother's tender hand no more on her brow, put away the grasses beneath, and she was alone and almost a child. Like a kid decoyed to its death, the stealthy panther lures, mocking the voice of its dam. Thus he led the innocent child through her tenderness down to ruin. He is a friend of yours, and admired by all, as you say, men will be wild. But I wonder if God, so far above on his great white throne the clanging tumult of trouble and doubt that mortals vex, when the murmur of a crime sweeps up from earth with woeful moan, if he pauses, ere he condemns, to ask the offender's sex? And if so, whether the weaker or stronger he blames the most, the tempter or tempted a tithe of his tender compassion claims, whether the selfish or too unselfish, those who through love or lust are lost, he in his infinite wisdom and mercy most condemns. Frown not, I know her evil our womanly nature shuns, turns from, with shuddering horror, but now so low is her head for God's sake, woman, remember your own little ones lying safely at home in their snow-white sheltered bed. Your own little girls, for them does the flame of your anger burn, such creatures will draw down innocence into guilt and woe. I think from eternity vast she will scarcely return to entice them to sin. You can safely forgive her now. You will not countenance wrong, but fiercely war for the right even unto the bitter death. Very good, you should do so, but, my friend, if your own secret thought had blossomed to light in temptation, you might have been in this outcast's place, you know. So let us be pitiful, grateful that God's strong hand has held our own, and the tale of a woman's despair and penitent sin, he stooped and wrote in the perishing sand, we carve the record in stone, weak, sinful souls that we are. In the arms of the kind All-Mother, but close to the sorrowful wave, with its voice no longer moaning to her a despairing call, but a dirge deploring and deep, we will make her grave, with healing grasses above her, and God over all. My angel. Last night she came unto me, and kneeling by my side, laid her head upon my bosom, my beautiful, my bride, my lost one, with her soft dark eyes, and waves of sunny hair. I smoothed the shining tresses, with tearful, fond caresses, and words of thankful prayer. And then a thrill of doubt and pain, my jealous heart swept o'er, we were parted, she was dwelling upon a far-off shore, yet he who made my sad heart, knew I loved her more and more, my love more true and perfect grew, as each dark day passed o'er. But she whose heart had been my own, who loved me tenderly, whose last low words I knelt to hear, were, how can I leave thee? And death would seem as sweet as life, could we together be. Now, though we two were parted by such a distance wide, by such a strange and viewless realm, by such a boundless tide, her gentle face was radiant with a surpassing bliss, she was happier in that distant land, than she ever was in this. And in some other tenderness, some other love divine, she had found a peace and happiness, she never found in mine. So with a tender chiding, I could not quite suppress, though well my darling knew I would not make her pleasures less. Are you happy, love? I said, are you happy, love, without me? Then she raised her gentle head, and twined her arms about me, yet while my tears fell faster, beneath her mute caress, her face had all the glory of a sainted soul at rest, and her voice was sweet as music, I am happy, I am blessed. Do you know how lonely-hearted I have been each weary day, praying that each passing hour would bear my life away, that we might be united upon that distant shore? Lawrence, we are not parted, I am with you evermore. I cannot see you, darling, your face I cannot see. Can you see the moon's white fingers, that leads the pleading sea? Can you see the fragrance lingering where summer roses be? the soft wind's tender clasping, the close enwrapping air enfolding you. Oh, Lawrence, I am with you everywhere. Then while her face grew brighter as with a heavenly glow, in tenderness unspeakable, she kissed my lips and brow. Then I lost her, then she left me, as at the set of day the snowy clouds float outward, and melt in light away. I heard low strains of melody no earthly choir could sing, a light breath floated past me, as from a gliding wing, and on my darkened spirit there fell so bright a gleam, I knew the blessed vision was not in truth a dream, though death had won from my embrace, my beautiful, my bride, I had won a richer treasure, an angel by my side. The Father careth for us all in pity, and I know my love is not forever gone from him who loved her so. When a few more days have drifted their shadows over me, when the golden gates are lifted, my angel I shall see, her veiled face in its glory upon my gaze will rise, and heaven will shine upon me through the sweetness of her eyes. Grief. What though the Eden morns were sweet with song passing all sweetness that our thought can reach, crushing its flowers noon's chariot moved along in brightness far transcending mortal speech, yet in the twilight shades did God appear, O welcome shadows so that he draw near. Prosperity is flushed with papal ease and grants indulgences to pride of word, robing our soul in pomp and vanities, no fit dwelling for our gentle Lord. Grief rends those draperies of pride and sin, and so our Lord will deign to enter in. Then carefully we curb each thought of wrong, we walk more softly, with more reverent feet, as in his presence chamber, hush our tongue, and in the holy quiet, solemn, sweet, we feel his smile, we hear his voice so low, so we can bless him that he gave us woe. What cares the sailor in the sheltered cove for the past peril of the stormy sea, dear from grief's storm the haven of his love, and so he bringeth us where we would be, we trust in him, we lean upon his breast, who shall make trouble when he giveth rest. Wild oats. O gay young husbandman, would you be sure of a crop upspringing rankly, an abundant and bountiful yield? Go forth in the morning, and sow on your life's broad field this pleasantly odorous seed, then smooth the ground on top, or leave it rough, with the utmost undeceit, never you fear, it will thriftily thrive and grow, loading the harvest plain beneath your feet, with the ripened sheaves of shame, remorse, and woe. You have but to sow the seed, no care will it want, for he who soweth tares while the husbandman sleeps taketh unwearied pains, a vigilant guard he keeps tirelessly watching, and tending each evil plant. These are his pleasure gardens, leased to him through time, where he walketh to and fro, chanting a demon's song, tending with ghastly fingers the scarlet buds of wrong, and drinking greedily in the sweet perfume of crime. And of all the seeds, the one that thriftiest thrives is the color of ruby wine, when it flashes high. Who would think the tiny seed so fair to the eye could cast such a deadly shade over countless lives, and branch out into murder in one springing shoot, thrifty branches of sin, bristling with thorns of woe, shadowing graves where broken hearts lie low, and minds that were godlike lowered beneath the brute. Autumn. How the sumac banners bent, dripping as if with blood, what a mournful presence brooded upon the slumbrous air, a mockingbird screamed noisily in the depth of the silent wood, and in my heart was crying the raven of despair, thrilling my being through with its bitter, bitter cry, it were better to die, it were better to die. For she, my love, my fate, she sat by my side on a fallen oak, her cheek all flushed with a bashful shame, telling me what her innocent heart had hid, for was not I her brother, her dear brother, all but in name? I listened to her low words, but turned my face away, away from her eyes' soft light, and the mocking light of the day. He was noble and proud, she said, and had chosen her from all the haughty ladies, and great, she didn't deserve her lot. I knew her peer could never be found in palace or hall, and my white face told my thought, but she saw it not. She was crushing some scarlet leaves in her dainty fingers of snow, her maiden joy crowning her face with a radiant glow. She had wanted me to know, and then a smile and a blush, her smile was always just like a baby's smile, and the red came to her cheek at a word or a glance, then there fell a hush. She was waiting some word from me, I knew, so I said, "May heaven bless you both," words spoken full quietly, and she, God bless her, never knew how much they cost to me. How the sumac banners bent, dripping as if with blood, what a mournful presence brooded upon the slumbrous air, a mockingbird screamed noisily in the depths of the silent wood, and in my heart was crying the raven of despair, thrilling my being through with its desolate, desolate cry, it were better to die, it were better to die. The white dawn follows the darkness, out of the year's decay shineth the golden fire that gildeth the autumn with light, from another's sin and loss, cometh this good to me, by another's fall am I raised to this blissful height. Let me be humble, said my heart, as from her sweet lips fell, let a prayer for him arise, with the sound of our marriage bell. The fairest land. 'Twas a bleak dull moor that stretched before the low stone porch of the cottage door, and standing there was youth and maid, he for long journeying seemed arrayed, and the sunset flamed in the burnished west, and a proud throb beat in the young man's breast, as he whispered, "Sweet, will you come to me in that fairer land beyond the sea?" The wonderful western land, in dreams I have seen its prairies green, and gleams of its shining waterfalls, valleys fair, and a voice in my dreams has called me there where man is a man, and not a clod, and must bend the knee to none but God. A home will I make for thee and me in that fairer land beyond the sea. But the cruel seas where the fated ships go down to their doom, but he kissed the lips, the trembling lips, till they smiled again, and his bright hopes cheered her heart's dull pain, and she laid her head on his hopeful breast, and looked with him to the glowing west, and said, I will come to thee to that fairer land beyond the seas. And the crimson light changed to daffodil, to ashen grey, but they stood there still, and high o'er the west shone the evening star as still he pictured that home afar, the peace and the bliss our own at last when this dreary parting all is past, when my heart's dear love, you come to me in that fairer land beyond the sea. So he sailed. But saddest tears alway not for those who go, but for those who stay, and her sweet eyes gathered a shadow dim as days went by with no news of him, and weeks and months, but at last it came, as the grey moor shone with the sunset flame. Her quick eyes glanced the strange lines o'er, then she fell like dead on the cottage floor. 'Twas a stranded ship on a rocky coast, one true heart brave, when hope was lost. How he toiled till all the shore had gained, and only a baby form remained on ship. How he breasted the surging tide with death wrestling side by side. How he lifted the child to its mother's knee, as a great wave washed him out to sea. And for days the maid in the cottage door sat and looked o'er the dreary moor. Her cheeks grew white 'neath her blinding tears, and the sunset rays seemed cruel spears that pierced her heart, and ashen grey turned the earth and sky, the night, the day. But at last a star shone high above, the tender star of the heavenly love. For as her life ebbed day by day, the high country, the fair alway, rose for her eyes, the safe, sweet home, and she seemed to hear, "Love, will you come?" And so one eve when a bridge of gold seemed spanning the last sea dim and cold, she went to him, for aye to be in the fairest land beyond the sea. The messenger. Is his form hidden by some cliff or crag, or does he loiter on the shelving shore? We know not, though we know he waits for us, somewhere upon the road that lies before. And when he bids us we must follow him, must leave our half-drawn nets, our houses, lands, and those we love the most, and best. Are they in vain will cling to us with pleading hands. He will not wait for us to gird our robes, and be they white as saints, or soiled and dim, we can but gather them around our form, and take his icy hand and follow him. Oh! Will our palm cling to another palm loath to loose our hold of love's warm grasp? Or shall we free our hand from the hand of grief, and reach it gladly out to meet his clasp? Sometimes I marvel when we two shall meet, when I shall hear that stealthy step, and see the unseen form that haunteth mortal dreams, the stern-browed face, the eyes of mystery. Shall I be waiting for some wished-for wealth, impatient, by the shore of a purple sea? But when the vessel's keel grates on the sand, will he lean down its side and call to me? Shall I in Thymy pastures cool and sweet see the lark soaring through the rosy air? Ah, then, will his dark face look down on me, 'neath the white splendor of the morning star? Shall I be resting from the noonday blaze, in the rich summer of a blossoming land, and idly glancing through the lotus leaves, behold the shadow of his beckoning hand? Or in some inland village, shaded deep, with silence brooding o'er the quiet place, shall I look from some lattice crowned with flowers, in the calm twilight and behold his face? Or shall I over such a lonely way, beset with fears, my weary footsteps wend, so desolate, that I shall greet his face with joy as a desired and welcome friend? Oh, little matters it when we shall meet, upon the quiet shore, or on the sea, if he shall lead us to the golden gate, dear Lord, if he shall lead us unto thee. Sleep. Come, gentle sleep, with the holy night, come with the stars and the white moonbeams, come with your train of handmaids bright, blessed and beautiful dreams. Bring the exile to his home again, let him catch the gleam of its low white wall, let his wife cling to his neck and weep, and his children come at their father's call. Give to the mother the child she lost, laid from her heart to a clay-cold bed, let its breath float over her tear-wet cheek, and her cold heart warm 'neath its bright young head. Take the sinner's hand and lead him back to his sinless youth and his mother's knee, let him kneel again 'neath her tender look, and murmur the prayer of his infancy. Lead the aged into that wondrous clime, home of their youth and land of their bliss, let them forget in that beautiful world, the sin and the sorrow of this. And gently lead my love, my own, tenderly clasp her snow-white hand, wrap her in garments of soft repose, and lead her into your mystic land. Let your fairest handmaids bow at her feet, her path o'er your loveliest roses be, and let all the flowers with their perfumed lips whisper of me, of me. Come, gentle sleep, with the holy night, come with the stars and the white moonbeams, come with your train of handmaids bright, blessed and beautiful dreams. The Song of the Siren. Oh, I am the siren of the sea, the wondrous sea, that lies forevermore before. I stand a fairy shape upon the shadow of a cliff where the water's drowsy ripple laps the phantom of a shore, and, oh, so fair am I draw all hearts to me, for I am the siren of the sea. All the glory of my golden tresses gleams upon the air, how it falls about my snowy shoulders, round and bare and white. My lips are full of love as rounded grapes are full of wine, and my eyes are large and languid, and full of dewy light. Oh, I'll lure the idle landsman many a league for love of me, for I am the siren of the sea. Sometimes they press so near that my breath is on their cheek, and their eager hands can almost touch the glowing bowl I bear. They can see the beaded froth, the ruby glitter of the wine. Then I slip from their embraces like a breath of summer air. Oh, I lightly glide away. They come no nigher me, for I am the siren of the sea. Sometimes I float along standing in a boat, before the ships becalmed, where dusky sailors stand, and the helmsman drops his oar, and the lookout leaves his glass, so I beckon them, and lure them, with the whiteness of my hand. Oh, this the song I sing, well they listen unto me. For I am the siren of the sea. Would you from toil and labor flee, O float ye out on this wonderful sea, from islands of spice the zephyrs blow, swaying the galleys to and fro, silken sails and a balmy breeze shall waft you unto a perfect ease. Fold your hands and rest, the sun sails on from the east to the west, the days will come, and the days will go. What good can man for his labor show in passionless peace? Come float with me over the waves of this wonderful sea. Would you forget, O sorrowful soul? Come and drink of this golden bowl, with jeweled poppies about the rim. Drink of the wine that flushes its brim, and drown all your haunting memories there, your woe and your weary care. Oh, I am the siren of the sea, the wondrous sea, that lies forevermore before. Oh, the mystic music ripples, how they break in rosy spray, but the crystal wave will mock them, they will reach it nevermore, for it glides away, I glide away, they come no nigher me, for I am the siren of the sea. 1862. There's a tear in your eye, little Sybil, gathering large and slow. Oh, Sybil, sweet little Sybil, what are you thinking of now? push back the velvet curtains that darken the lonely room, for shadows peer out of the crimson depths, and the statues gleam white in the gloom. How the cannon's thunder rolls along, and shakes the lattice and wall. Oh, Sybil, sweet little Sybil, what if your father should fall? The smoky clouds sweep up from the field and darken the earth and sea. God save him. God save him. Wherever he may be. Oh, pretty dark-eyed bird of the south, with your face so mournful and white, there is many a little northern girl that is breathing that prayer tonight. There's a little girl on the hills of Maine looking out through the fading light. She looks down the winding path, and says, "He will surely come tonight." The table is set, the lamp is trimmed, the fire has a ruddy glow that streams like a beacon down the path, to the dusky valley below. There is smiling hope on the pretty face pressed so close to the pane, and her eyes are like blue violets after a summer rain. 3 How you tremble, little Sybil, at the cannon's dreadful sound. Did you see far away the fallen steed, and its rider prone on the ground? The dark brown locks so low in the dust, the scarf with a crimson stain. Oh, Sybil, poor little Sybil, he will not come back again. For right gallantly and well he fought hand to hand with as brave a foe, their faces hid by the nodding plumes, and the dense clouds hanging low. Did they think, these hot-blooded captains, that death was so close by their side, when Howard has fallen, the bravest, rung out on the air far and wide? Howard. His foeman kneels by his side, and raises his head to his knee. Oh, God! That brothers should part in youth, and thus should their meeting be. Unheard is the deafening battle roar, unseen is that dying look. He hears but the sound of a childish laugh, and the song of a northern brook. He sees 2 white forms kneeling in the twilight sweet and dim, one low couch angel guarded, by a mother's evening hymn. The angel of death came down with the night, came down with the gathering gloom. God pity the little dark-eyed girl, alone in the lonely room. But still by his side his brother kneels, chill horror has frozen his veins. He heeds not the glancing shower of shells, that with red fire glitters and rains. And he heeds not the fiery cavalry charge, that sweeps like a billow on to death. Oh, the bravest and saddest sight, that man ever gazed upon. The last shot. What is one life to the battle's gory gain? But, alas, for the little blue-eyed maid away on the hills of Maine. Or Erie. The clouds that vex the upper deep stay not the white sail of the moon, and lips may moan, and hearts may weep, the sad old earth goes rolling on. O'er smiling vale, and sighing lake, one shadow cold is overthrown, and souls may faint, and hearts may break, the sad old earth goes rolling on. Too low. My house is thatched with violet leaves and paved with daisies fine, scarlet berries droop over its eaves, tall grasses round it shine, with softest down I have lined my nest, securely now will I sit and rest. When their wings break from their silvery shell, touched by my tender care, here shall my little ones safely dwell, little ones soft and fair. Some summer morn they shall try their wings while their father sits by my side and sings. Hard by, just over the streamlet's edge, a great rock towered in might. High up, half hidden in moss and sedge, were safe little nooks and bright. Ah, well for the bird with her tender breast, had she flown to the rock to build her nest. Poor bird, she built her nest too low, alas! For the bird, alas! That she chose that spot to her woe in the low dewy grass, for the reaper came with his gleaming blade. Alas for love in the violet shade! At last, what though upon a wintry sea our life bark sails? What though we tremble 'neath its cruel gales, its icy blast? We see a happy port lie far before, we see its shining waves, its sunny shore, where we shall wander, and forget the troubled past, at last. No storms approach that quiet shore, no night falls on its silver streams, and valleys bright, and gardens vast. Within that pleasant land of perfect peace our toil-worn feet shall stay, our wanderings cease. There shall we, resting, all forget the past, at last. The sorrows we have hid in silent weariness, as birds above a wounded, bleeding breast, their bright plumes cast, the griefs like mourners in a dark array, that haunt our footsteps here, will flee away, and leave us to forget the sorrowful past, at last. Voices we loved sound from those far-off lands, and thrill our hearts. Life's golden sands are dropping fast, soon shall we meet by the river of peace, and say, as the night flees before the eye of day, so faded from our eyes the mournful past, at last. Twilight. Draped in shadows stands the mountain against the eastern sky, above it the fair summer moon looks downward tenderly, and Venus in the glowing west, opens her languid eye. Now the winds breathe softer music, half a song, and half a sigh, while twilight wraps her purple veil around us silently, and our thoughts appear like pictures, pictures shaded wondrously. Quiet landscapes, sweet and lonely, silvery sea, and shadowy glade, forest lakes by man forsaken, where the white fawn's steps are stayed, and contadinos straying 'neath the Pantheon's solemn shade. And we see the wave bridged over by the moonlight's mystic link, desert wells by tall palms shaded, where dusky camels drink, while dark-eyed Arab maidens fill their pitchers at the brink. And secluded convent chapels, where veiled nuns kneel to pray, with a dim light streaming o'er them through arches quaint and grey, while down the long and winding aisles low music dies away. There is a starry twilight of the soul, as sadly fair, when our wild emotions are at rest, like the pale nuns at prayer, and our griefs are hushed like sleepers, and put off the robes of care. The Sewing Girl. I asked to see the dead man's face, as I gave the servant my well-filled basket, and she deigned to lead me, a wondrous grace, where he lay asleep in his rosewood casket. I was only the sewing girl, and he the heir to this princely palace. Flowers, white flowers, everywhere, in odorous cross, and anchor, and chalice. The smallest leaf might touch his hair, but I, my God, I must stand apart, with my hands pressed silently on my heart. I must not touch the least brown curl, for I was only the sewing girl. If his stately mother knew what I know, as she weeping stood by his side this morning, would she clasp me in motherly love and woe, or drive me out in the cold with scorning. If she knew that I loved him better than life, better than death, since for him I gave my hopes of rest, that I faced life's strife, and renounced the quiet and restful grave, when his strong, true hand drew me back that day, when woe, and want, and the want of pity drove me down where the cold waves lay like wolves round the walls of this cruel city. Not much, would she say with her proud lips curl, only the life of a sewing girl. Now love for me in his heart did linger, I saw the lady, his promised bride, I saw his ring on her slender finger, as she weeping stood by his mother's side. That same ring shone, as he lifted me dripping and cold from the sea waves bitter. I had thought heaven's light I next should see, but earth's sun shone in its ruby glitter. I had thought when I looked in the Lord's mild face, that he would forgive my rashness and sin, when he knew there was not a single place, not a place so small that I could creep in. And I wanted a home, and I longed for love, and God and Mother were both above. But he showed me my sin, and taught me to live, above this life of tumult and whirl, though I was only a sewing girl. What shall I do with the life he won, from death that day, in a hard-won battle? Shall I lay it down ere the rising sun looks down on the city's roar and rattle? Shall I lay it down ere the midnight dim with horrible shadows is roofed and paved? No, I will make it so pure and sweet, that angels shall say with smiles to him, when we meet above on the golden street, behold the soul of her you saved. Maybe it shall add to his crown one pearl, though only the soul of a sewing girl. Harry the First. In his armchair, warmly cushioned, in the quiet earned by labor, life's reposeful Indian summer, Grandpa sits, and lets the paper lie upon his knee unheeded. Shine his cheeks like winter apples, gleams his smile like autumn sunshine, as he looks on little Harry, firstborn of the house of Graham, bravely cutting teeth in silence, cutting teeth with looks heroic. Some deep thought seems moving Grandpa, ponders he a while in silence, then he turns, and says to Grandma, Nancy, do you think that ever there was such a child before? Grandma, with prim precision the seam stitch impaleth deftly on her sharp and glittering needle. Then she turns and answers calmly, with a deep assurance, never was there such a child before. Papa thinks so, but in manly dignity controls his feelings. More than half a year a father, he must show a cool composure, he must stately be if ever. But his dark eyes plainly tell it, as he saith proudly, Papa's man is little Harry. Mamma, maybe, does not speak it, but she prints the thought on velvet, rose-hued, with fondest kisses, when the pink, soft page is lying folded closely to her bosom. A little farther goes his auntie, aged 14, age of fancy, she looks down the future ages with her wise, prophetic vision, sees the babies pass before her, babies of the 20th century, all the long and dusty ages, to the 1,000 years of glory. Oh, the host of bright-eyed children, thronging like the stars at midnight, faces sweet and countless, as the rose leaves of 1,000 summers. All the pretty heads so curly that shall hold a riper wisdom than our youthful planet dreams of, all the ranks of dimpled shoulders, that shall move time's rolling chariot nearer to the golden city, vieweth these the blue-eyed prophet, still the oracle says calmly, speaks the seer with golden tresses, no. There never was, nor will be such a child as our Harry, such a noble boy as Harry. Summer brings a wealth of flowers, flowers of every form and color, orange, crimson, royal purple, all along the mountain passes, all along the pleasant valley, lo the emerald branches bendeth with their weight of summer glory. But they do not waken in us half the tender, blissful feeling, half the pure and sweet emotion as the first spring flower in April, with its lashes tinged with crimson, partly raised from eyes half timid, fearful that the snow will drown it. How we love the dainty blossom, how we wear it in our bosom. Just so with the tree ancestral, many flowers may blossom on it, but the first wee bud that's grafted to its heart, ah, how we love it. Others may be loved as fondly, but they are not loved so proudly, loved so blindly, so entirely. Yes, when first the heart's door opens to the touch of baby fingers, quick the dimpled feet will bear them to the dearest place and warmest plenty, room enough for other buds of beauty, buds of promise, in the heart's capacious chambers. But the first is firmly settled, little Harry's firmly settled in the center of affection, later ones must settle round him. The criminal's betrothed. As on a waveless sea, a vessel strikes upon a treacherous rock, waking the sailors from their happy dreams by the swift, terrible shock. Dreaming of shaded village streets, and home, forgetting the cruel sea till the shock came, so woke I, yet I know 'twas love, I loved, not he. 'Tis not the star the wave so wildly clasps, only its form reflected in the stream. 'Tis not a broken heart I mourn, only a broken dream. I should have died when he was brought so low, had it been him I loved, died clinging to him, as to the blasted oak the ivy clings unmoved. 'Twas love that looked on me with strange, sweet eyes burning with marvelous flame. Love was the idol that I worshipped, though I gave to it his name. I gave to love his name, his glance, his brow, his low-toned voice, his smile. Oh, soul, be patient, I can sever them but yet a little while, before I put away these outward forms deceiving, sweet disguises, which love wore. Let my heart break into regretful tears just once, and then no more. Just once, as fond friends watch the fading sail bearing away a guest of truest worth, they give this little time to grief, and then return to their desolate hearth, and build new fires, and gather dewy flowers. Let the pure air into the vacant room, so light, and bloom, and sweetness, all shall penetrate its gloom. I will be patient, in a little time quiet, and full of rest, God's peace will come, and, like a soft-winged bird, settle upon my breast. Not always thus shall beat my restless heart like a wild eagle gainst its prison bars. In some calm twilight of the future time I will sit, calm-browed, underneath the stars. Gone before. Smooth the hair, silken waves of sunny brown lay upon the white brow down, crowned with the blossoms rare, lilies on a golden stream, ne'er to float in summer air, wreathed with meadow daisies fair. Lay away the broken crown and your broken dream, with one shining tress of hair, never more to need your care. A woman's heart. My heart sings like a bird tonight that flies to its nest in the soft twilight, and sings in its brooding bliss, ah! I so low, and he so high, what could he find to love? I cry, did ever love stoop so low as this? As a miser jealously counts his gold, I sit and dream of my wealth untold, from the curious world apart, too sacred my joy for another I treasure it tenderly, silently, and hide it away in my heart. Dearer to me than the costliest crown that ever on queenly forehead shone is the kiss he left on my brow, would I change his smile for a royal gem, his love for a monarch's diadem. Change it? Ah, no, ah, no. My heart sings like a bird tonight that flies away to its nest of light to brood o'er its living bliss, ah! I so low, and he so high, what could he find to love? I cry, did ever love stoop so low as this? Warning. When enwrapped in rosy pleasure, our careless pulses beat, with a rhythm sweet, sweet, to the music's merry measure. When world waves rise around us, with soft transparent weight, light in seeming, yet so great, the liquid chains have bound us. Then softly downward falling, if we listen, we can hear, from a purer atmosphere, a warning and a calling. 'Tis not uttered to our ear, to our spirit it is spoken, in the wonderful, unbroken heavenly speech that spirits hear. Strange and solemn doth it roll downward like a yearning cry, from that belfry far on high, warning, calling to our soul. Ever, ever, doth it roll, our angel guards the tower, ringing, ringing, every hour, warning, calling to our soul. Genevieve to her lover. I turn the key in this idle hour of an ivory box, and looking, lo, see only dust, the dust of a flower. The waters will ebb, the waters will flow, and dreams will come, and dreams will go, forever. Oh, friend, if you and I should meet beneath the boughs of the bending lime, should you in the same low voice repeat the tender words of the old love rhyme, it could not bring back the same old time, never. When you laid this rose against my brow, I was quite unused to the ways of men. With my trusting heart, I am wiser now, so I smile, remembering my heart throbs then. The dust of a rose cannot blossom again, never. The brow that you praised has colder grown, and hearts will change, I suppose they must. A rose to be lasting, should blossom in stone, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Dead are the rose, the love, and the trust, forever. The wild rose. In a waste of yellow sand, on the brow of a dreary hill, a slight little slip of a rose struggled up to the light. The seed maybe was sown there by the south wind's idle will, but there it grew and blossomed, pale and white. Only one flower it bore, and that was frail and small, but I think it was brave to try to grow at all. In groves of fair Kashmir, or sheltered garden of kings, sweet with 1,000 flowers, with birds of paradise fanning her blushing cheeks with their glowing wings, praising her deepening bloom with their great bright eyes, life would have been a pleasure instead of a toil, to my pale little patient rose of the sandy soil. Did she ever sadly think of her wasted life, folding her wan weak hands so helpless and still, and the great oak by her sheltering glad bird life, and the thirsty meadows praising the running rill, she could hear the happy work-day song of the busy brook, while she, poor thing, could only stand and look. Did the wee white rose ever think of her lonely life, that there were none to care if she tried to grow, none to care if the cloud that hung in the west should burst, and scatter her pale leaves far and low? Did she ever wish that the heavy cloud would fall and hide her, so unblissed, from the sight of all? One sky bends o'er rich garden flowers, and those that dwell in barren soil, untended and unblissed, and I think that God was pleased with the small white rose, that tried so patiently to live and do its best, that bravely kept its small leaves pure and fair on the waste of dreary sand, and the desert air. Our bird. She lay asleep, and her face shone white as under a snowy veil, and the waxen hands clasped on her breast were full of snowdrops pale, but a holy calm touched the baby lips, the brow, and the sleeping eyes, the look of an angel pitying us from the peace of paradise. And now though she lies 'neath the coffin lid, we cannot think her dead, but we think of her as of some delicate bird to a milder country fled. 'Twas a long, dark flight for our gentle dove, our bird so tender and fair, but we know she has reached the summer land and folded her white wings there. The time that is to be. I am thinking of fern forests that once did towering stand, crowning all the barren mountains, shading all the dreary land. Oh, the dreadful, quiet brooding, the solitude sublime, that reigned like shadowy spectres o'er the third great day of time. In long, low lines the tideless seas on dull grey shores did break, no song of bird, no gleam of wing, o'er wood or reedy lake, no flowers perfumed the pulseless air, no stars, no moon, no sun to tell in silver language, night was past, or day was done. Only silence rising with the ghostly morning's misty light, silence, silence, settling down upon the moonless, starless night. And the ferns, and giant mosses, noiseless sentinels did stand, looking o'er the tideless ocean, watching o'er the dreary land. Ferns gave place to glowing olives, and clusters dropping wine, mosses changed to oaken tissues, and cleft to fragrant pine. Deft and noiseless fingers toiled, and wrought the great Creator's plan, through countless ages moulding earth for the abode of man. Till each imperial day was bound by sunset's crimson bars, the purple columns of the night crowned with the shining stars. The ripe fruit seeks the sunlight through all the clustering leaves, the earth is decked with golden maize, and costly yellow sheaves. Countless silent centuries past in fashioning good that doth appear, shall we weary and grow hopeless, waiting for the golden year? Asterisk 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 thy kingdom come, in which thy will is done, from myriad souls rises the yearning cry, scatter palm boughs, behold, a brighter sun shall dawn in splendor, in a clearer sky, upon the distant hills a glow we see, that tells us of the time that is to be. The desert then shall blossom like the rose, the almond flourish on the rocky slopes, wisdom and beauty in rare union close, making earth beautiful beyond our hopes. High in the dusky east a star we see, a herald of the time that is to be. The freeborn soul shall not be captive then, bound by decaying cords of narrow creeds. God's image shall more clearly shine in men, divinely shaped by holy aims and deeds. Gleam, golden star, O gleam o'er earth and sea, a herald of the time that is to be. Fetters are broken, so the fern leaves fall, a richer growth is budding, wondrous fair, the flower of liberty shall bloom for all, and all shall breathe the healing of the air, the blessed air that wraps a people free, within that glorious time that is to be. For what is slavery but woe and crime, and freedom is but liberty from these, O perfect hours, ye come, fair and sublime, bearing the sweet form of the baby, peace, shine, golden star, O shine o'er earth and sea, a herald of the time that is to be. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook poems asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1 The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that You pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Poems dedication. Preface. What makes the summer? The Brothers. A Rich Man's Reverie. Gloria the True. The Deacon's Daughter. Songs of the Swallow. Spring. Spring Song of the Swallow. Summer Song of the Swallow. Autumn Song of the Swallow. The Coquette. Little Nell. The Fisher's Wife. The Land of Long Ago. Lemwan. Sleep. The Lady Maud. The Haunted Castle. The Story of Gladys. Farewell. The Knight of Normandy. Sometime. Motives. Nightfall. His Place. A Dream of Spring. Waiting. A Song for Twilight. The Flight. Comfort. Jenny Allen. The Unseen City. The Wages of Sin. Isabel and I Goodbye. The Sea Captain's Wooing. Ione. Summer Days. The Lady Cecile. Home. Steps We Climb. Squire Percy's Pride. Roses of June. Magdalena. My Angel. Grief. Wild Oats. Autumn. The Fairest Land. The Messenger. Sleep. The Song of the Siren. 1862. I2. 3-4. Vioriri. Too Low. At Last. Twilight. The Sewing Girl. Harry the First. The Criminal's Betrothed. Gone Before. A Woman's Heart. Warning. Genevieve to Her Lover. The Wild Rose. Our Bird. The Time That Is to Be. The full Project Gutenberg license.